check got lost in the mail.
I hope someone recorded that. Piece of shit.
Sometimes it's been done.
Hi. You ready to go take a look? You see any improvements today?
No.
Okay. All right, let's get you laid down.
Glasses off.
What's that?
Glasses off.
Yes, please. Okay, I'm gonna check your eyes.
Sorry.
You're okay. Okay, we're about the same status as yesterday with your eyes. I'm gonna start the MRI here. Okay, let's see where we are. Okay, well, the good news is your bleed has gone away and the swelling has gone down, so you've got much better ICP. We're at normal ranges here.
Okay. That's a good sign.
Mm-hmm. So the damage is still there. I mean, it's not expecting it to go away fully at the moment with the day, but it is more extensive than I would have liked to see.
What do you mean?
Originally comparing to the images from last night, when you had swelling, edema, it can tend to slightly obstruct the full visual of the amount of damage.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we wanted to take repeat imaging when it was done. It. I'm not gonna lie to you, it's not good. What I'm able to pick up off of these images and the pupillary response that you've got, it looks like your left eye is going to be much more problematic from the location of the damage than your right eye. Comparatively, your right eye is probably going to be just about 3 times better than your left eye to give you any sort of like comparison between the two. We can try things like rehab therapy to try and strengthen and alter the outcome. We have things like correction lenses that we can utilize, but brain damage is very imperatively serious given it controls your entire body, right? It has some influence on everything. So the fact that the damage is worse on your occipital lobe here, I don't think that this is going to go away fully.
Meaning?
Well, when your brain tissue has scarring or damage, it can create a scar. And that scarring in your brain is a hindrance to the function. And the amount of scarring and damage that I see here would lead me to presume that you would probably be along the lines of being legally blind. And I don't think, based on what I'm seeing, that this may be reversible. I'm so sorry, my dear. With lenses, I'm maybe thinking you can be at a 5, 6 on your left eye. On your right, we're probably looking more like a 11, maybe a 12. With rehab therapy, that would be potentially useful as well with time. But you're most likely never going to be fully where you were a couple of days ago.
I'm never gonna be able to see things clearly.
I don't think so. I'm gonna send these over to V and she can confirm as well, or with whatever neurologists you guys want to go look at. Like I said, I am not a specialized neurologist. I can do the basics. I would definitely get a second opinion just to confirm. She'll be able to probably tell you exactly what I just told you. Um, I'm so sorry, darling.
It's not your fault.
No, but that doesn't mean it's not an awful circumstance. It's a big change. And out of all people, I'm very sorry that it's happening to you.
The ironic thing is, the last thing I remember is looking at Sydney's eyes.
It's a hell of an image to go out on.
So I was trying to save her.
How's your headache today?
I feel like my head is on fire, to be honest, but I think there's probably something more doing with the crying.
Yeah. Do you want me to get you, like naproxen or something to take to try and help?
Yeah. I should have some in my pocket somewhere, or in my... Yeah.
Did you want to try and grab that, or do you want me to look for it?
I've got it in my pocket.
Okay. Once you decide that you're going to Fiji with V, Rachel, Candace, and all of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
I need to think over the next week about what I'm gonna do.
Understandably.
Working in the medical profession isn't something I can do.
Unfortunately, not what you were currently doing. There may be alternative specialties you can learn or go into, but yeah, not EMS, unfortunately. It's going to be a big lifestyle change in more than one way.
I need to think about how I'm going to deal with that.
Okay, that's fair. Well, if you need my help with anything, let me know, okay?
I will. I'm struggling to see most of what's going on right now.
Well, I think you got a visitor out front waiting on you.
Really?
Mm-hmm. You want to go see her?
Terminology.
Hmm?
Terminology.
Did I say something I didn't realize?
Do you want to go and see her?
Yeah, fair.
I'm teasing you.
I know. I haven't had coffee this morning, so my brain is still a little slow.
I suppose you've got a report to write as well.
I've got a what? Sorry? Oh, a report to write? Yeah. I do. Let's get you out front. Hey, darling.
You're not allowed to know.
Okay.
Door.
That is a door.
Why are you
I
taking
hate
her
it.
through this one when the boards are the other way?
Because it was just a scan. She's not in recovery. Sit down here if she wants. Do you want me to tell her? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yesterday, I hit her head on the back where her occipital lobe is. Repeat injury with BFT that caused a bleed and elevated ICP due to swelling. She complained of having vision loss, and we took imaging that indicated further damage to the occipital lobe. We wanted to wait for the bleed and the swell to go away overnight before we got a second set of imaging to see a more clear picture, and it looks like the extent of damage done was much worse than originally seen due to the swelling. So it looks like the location of the damage affected the left eye much worse than the right eye. But I don't think she's going to be getting her vision back fully. It's pretty bad. Her left's about a 3, right's coming up to about an 8, 7 or 8. Technically, that would make her legally blind. Now we can try things with rehab therapy, corrective lenses. There are different options to help improve the condition of her eyes, but I do think the vast majority of this is going to be irreversible, unfortunately.
Is it going to get worse over time?
Say that again for me.
Is it going to get worse over time?
Re-injury could make it worse. The location of the damage could make her vision more susceptible to influence from elevated ICP swelling because it could put pressure on the existing injury and temporarily exacerbate it. We just...
Did you just bark at me?
No, we brought Skylar along.
Sorry.
Skylar, shush.
Yeah, Skylar, shush. Right now, she's got a headache and light sensitivity, so we're keeping the glasses on, but she should be able to manage that with NSAIDs that she's been taking.
Is there any point of corrective lenses, Lilith?
That's personal preference. It's going to improve a little bit, depending on what the ophthalmologist can calculate and ascertain from an official eye exam. It could potentially double where you're at, depending on your status and what they find. So that's good. I mean, it's up to you and if you want to try or not.
I think I'll probably
Okay.
need to go and see an optometrist first. Make a decision from there.
Yeah, for sure. All right. That being said, I do need to probably dip out if Hazel's got someone showing up at the house that's supposed to work on something.
Okay.
Both of you have my phone number. Ella, I do want to try and talk to you before you leave, if possible.
Yeah. Aya, you'd be okay by yourself for a minute?
Yeah, you just
I
send the
can't
report.
I can't do it right now.
Okay, never mind then.
Yeah, I'll send the report over. I'll send it all the file information to V. So both of you have it and you can get anything looked up or checked up on, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
I didn't realize you were awake.
I couldn't sleep. I tried, but I couldn't. How are you doing, bad news aside?
I can't hear you.
How are you doing, bad news aside?
I really can't hear you.
Is this better?
Yeah.
I said I tried sleeping, but I just couldn't.
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. I still partially blame myself for what happened.
No, I pressured you into doing it. There was nothing you could have done.
At least we tried. I don't know how things would have ended up at local doctors.
I don't think it would have ended any differently, Ella. I really don't.
I figured you should know ahead of time as you're technically still chief of EMS. the meeting at the end of the week might be my last.
I think it's gonna be mine too.
I can't keep going, not after everything that happened. How are you doing, besides the recent bad news?
I think that's all that's in my mind right now.
Understandable. I'm done with this place.
Simon said he was on his way up here.
Okay.
It's strange.
What is?
Hearing the noise, but only seeing the shadows and the light.
You still have us to fall back on. Who knows? Maybe we can train D-Benz to be a therapy dog.
It's gonna probably be more Skylar. She knows me.
Fair. I think this is the most I've seen her since moving into the house.
Hmm?
Skylar, I think this is the most I've seen her since moving into the house.
She's normally upstairs. with me. She normally doesn't try and associate with Defense and Scout. I
Hmm?
she's Rachel's dog from Amara. Which she's been kind enough to let me have Skylar for a little bit.
Hey,
Hi, Mom.
oh, hey, Simon.
Hmm.
Yep, I'm gonna ask the question about moving the car.
How are you doing?
Ella or me or both. I'm guessing both by the silence.
Is Lilith, back, I assume?
Lilith has got a notification that people are fiddling with the cable in her house.
Oh.
Yeah.
But
Hey, Simon.
Hey, Simon.
hi. I'm guessing somebody was dramatic.
Yep, I was being super dramatic right there.
I don't think she did a report. I think she's gonna send it over to you when she's completed it.
Perfect. Okay. Okay.
But the left eye's worse than the right. And it's enough. Like you said, she doesn't think that it will ever get to the point where it can be anything but. Legally blind. And Ella had more of a be able to talk. The swelling and the bleed has stopped.
Oh, that's good. And that's actually what's the most important.
Yeah, but the damage that's been done, unfortunately, there's very little that could be done.
That's what I was expecting. That's what I was expecting.
Lith did say there was a chance of possibly trying corrective lenses, but considering the severity of it,
I mean, we can do corrective lenses, but they can only do so much.
yeah.
Doesn't matter how much you focus on the retina, if the cornea, or focus on the cornea, the nerve is the problem. There's only so much you can do.
Yeah.
Okay. How are you, Simon?
Shit.
All here for you. You know that?
Why is my best friend not here? This is the question.
Who's your best friend, Simon?
Doesn't matter.
Amber?
I would say it was. I'm fucking done with this. I am not waiting for somebody who loves the job more than their friends. I'm done.
Did that?
When I needed her the most, she wasn't there for me.
Well, as long as they show the MTT, the full thing, they should be fine.
Well, regardless. I'm going to be there. No matter what. And I'll make sure I is there too.
Where?
Considering I have to drive her. She can't drive right now.
I mean, it's snowing outside, so nobody can drive, literally.
You're not wrong.
Yes, that's a good point.
That is a very good point.
Okay, except me. But,
Well, I mean, I can drive too, but you know.
I don't know.
I don't know if you. I don't know if you can drive.
I can drive.
I don't think you can.
Oh, I can.
I think I'm better than you.
A race? I mean, there are cars right next to it.
Yeah, you got anything in yours?
No.
I don't either.
You go. You want to race?
Let's go.
I can't afford like before my fucking court case is happening.
I am not clocking on duty to fix both of your broken bones if you end up sliding into a
I'm not
fucking
doing that.
tree.
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing
That
that.
would, but if we're such good drivers, I'm sorry. If you're such a good driver, Simon, they shouldn't be able to catch you, right?
I mean, to be fair, it's not easy to lose them.
That's actually true.
Maybe I was testing it.
Maybe I was too on my way here.
Can somebody turn off the AC? I have a dry throat.
There's a box of cough drops under the desk. Go find them.
Yeah. Hmm. Can somebody do me a favor?
Mm.
Of
I
course.
was actually about to ask Amber, but this is already done. I need a place to shower because my apartment has no shower.
Yeah. Come on.
Change my clothes too.
Come on. Everyone in my car. Let's go.
Come on. Skylar, come.
Put your inferior black one away.
Yeah. It's not black. It's actually graphite. Graphite.
It's still black.
It's still graphite. It's like a darkish grayish.
Graphite is black.
Gray.
It
I
is.
can go
Great.
by myself.
Okay.
Plus, you get to tell me that if V is driving perfectly, I get to claim I can't see where her face is and I can interfere with it.
God, I really have to get at this purple thing.
Yes.
Ugh.
I mean, red's a vastly superior color, but purple's acceptable.
It's even pink. It's not even purple.
It is pink. It's more pink
it's
than purple.
pink.
Yeah. So Sydney's favorite car of mine. So
Like, Skylar's stay home for now.
Okay.
Is there any food in the house?
Yeah, there blueberries in the fridge. Want me to go get you some?
Yes, please. I'm guessing you got some of the blended stuff. Or
Yeah.
mashed up stuff.
I blended it to the best of my ability. It's going to be easy for you to eat and drink.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's weird. All I can hear is the sounds. And shadows and blocks.
You can't really see much anyway. There's nothing but fog covering the entire landscape. Don't be alarmed. The footsteps of Vanessa heading this way.
Thank you. Is he having a shower?
Well, we only have a bathtub, so he's in the bath.
It's probably something he's not used to.
Yeah, he's a boy. No boys are used to it, let's be real.
That's fair. With all of this, I'm going to announce my retirement from the EMS meeting. I can't hold a position that involves high detail things.
Hey, Simon.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same, Maya.
I'm also going to be pulling out on Saturday.
I gave you access, Simon,
Yeah.
because you are part of the family.
Oh, you know that I will not show up here.
I don't care. That's not the point.
There's enough taxes in there for 6 months. You're gonna be. It will always be here for you.
Yep. Always. You can have that shower. Well, bath.
Thank you. I was really tempted to do a bubble bath.
You should. They're wonderful.
Ah, really relaxing.
Our favorite part though is if you actually turn on the shower part, which is above the bath. It's a waterfall shower.
Yeah.
You can do a shower bath shower, and it will change your life.
You just have to excuse Blake's random accents from the basement.
It does tend to get a little loud.
That's an interesting sound at night. You're just softly snoring, and suddenly you hear angry Australian coming from the basement.
Yeah.
I have to tell you something, Aya.
Yeah.
Leah was here.
Yeah, my phone told me.
Yes. She was leaving me something down at the Rain Factory.
What did she leave?
It was just a note.
She cares for you.
Yeah.
Regards you as family.
Yeah. She's taking her time for me. At least my best friend is not doing it.
I never said thank you for unblocking me. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I was overreacting, but I mean, with all the shit that was going on, my suspension, people not talking to me, I was really frustrated.
So thank you.
You're welcome.
When I go to Twin Rivers, I might see a therapist there.
Mm.
Oh, we have plenty of them.
You guys leaving?
I am going on a 1-week sabbatical after your trial today.
Okay.
I'm in no state to work.
Yeah.
I know Aya's not. I know Ella's not. Rachel and Candace the same. But I wasn't gonna leave you. So
Yeah, thank you.
I would never leave a patient or a friend. We might not be personally close, Simon. But you are still a friend.
Yeah, I really appreciate that.
But I need to go back in and get some stuff sorted. Aya and Ella. So I will see you inside.
Okay.
Simon, I'll see you just before the trial, okay?
Yes.
Okay,
Take care. All of you.
you too.
What are you gonna do, Simon?
What do you mean?
Are you wanting to go back to PD after this?
I don't think that they're actually getting a murderer back into VD. You have to understand, I'm thinking for this 3 weeks, almost 4 weeks that I'm now suspended. Who your real friends are, who your real family is. And I'm not really proud to say that, but I have to say the criminals in the city respect me more than anyone else. People that are taking their jobs so serious, making false promises. It's really breaking my heart. The Crims are literally supported me more through this 4 weeks than anybody else. No Kyleson, no Amber, no PD staff, nobody.
You're going to be leaving the state?
Since yesterday, there are like 2 options for me right now. Maybe 3. One of them, and this is the lowest chance, going back to PD. It depends what will happen today. Number 2 is what your mother offered me. Number 3 is joining a specific group here in the city.
What did Mother offer you?
Teaming up and going after the rest of the company.
If you wish to do that, I won't stop you.
With all respect, like, I know we're all family and everything, and friends, but there's nothing that holds me here anymore.
Yeah. It's not like we're staying for long either. Our decision to what we do from here is up in the air.
I could have left the city like a long time ago, but I'm not a coward. I'm facing my consequences, and I was here only because of one specific person. But
Amber,
I'm sick of it, of waiting. I'm sick of waiting anymore. I can't. I was really patient. I was waiting. I was always caring, and yeah, I was always there for. But yeah. don't want to like sound like a crybaby. I don't want to complain.
It's okay to vent, Simon.
No, I mean, it's not the first time that this actually happened. And I'm always like, another chance, another chance, another chance, another chance. I'm not a guy who's running after people. Because I know how it is alone. I was alone my whole life. Then Maru took my parents. And I didn't even know about it. Except a couple of months ago. When she told me. All I have is a handful of people. Who knows? Maybe I will stay and be a part of the Tempest. Who knows?
Tempest, a motorcycle group.
No. Tempest are mostly like, there's some people who are ex-cops.
I'm gonna go back inside for a bit. Are you gonna be okay, or do you want me to bring you inside?
I'll be okay. I can make out the house.
Okay.
I can make out block shadows and block lights.
Okay. It's good seeing you, Simon.
Yeah. You want to go in the house?
It's up to you.
No, you can go in the house. I will go and...
I'm probably gonna sit out here for a few moments more. Surprisingly, the lighthouse is something that's bringing me slight comfort. It's complete darkness apart from that spot of light.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm sorry I can't be more helpful for you, Simon.
No, don't worry about it. Not your fault. I mean, after what happened yesterday, yeah. Alright. I'm going to meet up with the people.
Augsburg.
No. I already talked to Augsburg yesterday.
Okay.
No, I'm going to hang around with the Tempest people. So, yeah. You stay safe. I'll see you later in the court, okay?
Yeah.
I have an Augsburg, sorry, he can fuck off if you want.
No, it's fine.
We're just kind of
Augsburg is
hanging.
more than welcome to come over.
Ox, she said come over. I don't know where he is now.
He's in the bush. Or he
She said
fell
you
off
can
the
come over,
cliff.
dude.
Oh, okay. I mean,
Yeah.
it's supposed to be private and all that, right? So
Not
That's what I
particularly.
said.
stand in the middle, body heat.
I'm particularly cold at the moment, so I probably am transmitting more cold than body heat. Although saying that, yeah.
So that's why it's snowing. It's all your fault.
I was in a coma for 5 days.
Wait, what?
I was in a coma for 5 days. After being kidnapped and left to starve and dehydrate.
You get kidnapped a lot.
Yeah, well, this time it's fucked me up incredibly badly.
I'm sorry.
Where it now will probably affect my job.
Oh?
Please don't spread this around.
Spread what around?
What? I wasn't even paying attention, so I don't know.
That's me and Augsburg speak for the.
I'm probably going to be classified as legally blind in the next couple of days.
Wait, what?
I got fucked up. Hypoxia to the brain along with a brain injury.
So we find out who did it, and I take them to Mount Chiliad and throw them off the gondola?
They're dead.
The,
Oh.
the weird French woman I was telling you about.
Watson or whatever?
Mm-hmm. Do your best to protect Simon today, please.
I don't care what Bryce says, I'm the bailiff. And yes, I'm wearing a gun, even with a Class A uniform.
Yeah, do your...
Wait, why the hell are you going to be wearing a Class A uniform? What the fuck?
All of Command have been asked to wear a Class A uniform because there's the tribunal.
But it's not a tribunal.
The tribunal's happening at the same time.
But it's not a tribunal. It's... Oh my god, I will kick everybody out
Remember,
myself.
it's a tribunal.
I hope you got the full MDT, Augsburg.
Oh, yes I did. There's a nice little WTF in there.
Because BJ's corrupt as fuck.
Oh?
Mm-hmm.
Is that why I spent like almost 2 hours the other day with like 4 members of medical staff and police going through shit?
Which members of medical staff?
I cannot disclose that.
Can you disclose whether they're from PHS or EMS?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
And,
well,
and in fairness, I don't even actually know whether they're part of whichever department, because I don't even know what departments y'all have anymore.
well,
Too many.
doctors. There have been big issues. I've had a doctor try and kill me before.
Yeah. Where?
You are?
Why do you think I was in PD going WTF? What's going on over there?
I have a report of a doctor legally flying in a helicopter
Uh-huh.
without a license.
Gee, which doctor could that possibly be? Oh, I don't know.
Starts with an F.
An F.
Wait, if that individual doesn't even have a license, I wish I was on duty right now.
Not who we're thinking of then. I was thinking Vanessa.
No, Vanessa has a license to fly.
Plus she wouldn't make that fucking mistake again.
You know I had to say it though.
What do you mean? She's never not had a license.
You know what? I'll just let it slide. Never mind. It's years ago. It's fine. Don't worry about it. There was a time that somebody enjoyed flying even more than I did. It's a long time ago. It's fine.
So I'm pretty sure that Bright is gonna control the courthouse as if it's PD's show.
That's not gonna happen. I'm gonna tell her to shut the fuck up or be ejected.
I'm volunteering to be bailiff, and if she tries to replace me, I'm putting down my badge and walking out.
Let me see if I can find it for you, Oxford.
Find what?
Yeah, this one.
Snow takes off. Something's weird.
EMS. No, I don't know.
Tastes like chicken. Should taste like salt.
Are you okay?
Yeah, the snowflakes taste weird right now. They're tasting like chicken. They should taste like salt.
Have that.
Mm-hmm. What this? I'm sorry?
Mm-hmm.
What? That doesn't even... First of all, where the fuck did they get that?
Are you talking about in the...
How the hell did they get a Sea Sparrow?
We have Sea Sparrows in our fleet.
Really? Well, I need to
LS
resign
must
for
have
DOJ
those.
and need to resign for DOJ and apply with LS.
They're not worth it. They're not worth it. The anchors are
They're
broke.
really not.
Yeah, but landing on the water.
You handed this to me off duty, so I can't do anything.
It's fine. It's not like I'm expecting anything to happen.
People have these stuff off duty, and I cry.
I mean, you can always...
I'm a lawyer who has been advised of a crime that's been committed.
If I was on duty, I would literally arrest them on the spot. I don't care what anyone says. I would literally arrest them and charge them.
Wait until next week.
Understood.
Not based off of this witness testimony. It's past statute.
Fuck.
Even though it's a felony.
Yeah, yes. Felonies 2 weeks.
30 days.
30 days, sorry.
Well, let me hand you all of this, because you can
fuck, here we go.
I'm gonna email it to
It's
you.
like, here we go, here we go.
I'm trying to retire, damn it.
Not allowed.
I'm not expecting anything to be done with it, but that gives you an idea.
Oh my god,
we've been up.
So Colonel Bright came to me the other day and she told me something amazing. We're opening a forensics division.
Ooh.
Like, you know, CSI type.
So, Special Agent Oxford? Cool, I'll go get my sunglasses. Oh wait, I'm already wearing them.
There is a big court case in 45 minutes. To anyone interested, it is public, says Gabriel Fox on Twitter.
There is nothing that can be done, but it gives you a good circumstance of what's happened.
My reply, we'll see about that.
Don't bother.
Too late?
They're well past the statute of limitations. We stopped
Oh,
recording.
no, Ash.
No, he was engaged in a Twitter war with Gabe on Twitter.
Oh, okay. Seth, I'll send it to you.
I could argue that the prosecution is trying to make a kangaroo court and make decision based off of bullshit without a justice weighing in on whether something should be private or not. They haven't even heard any motions yet.
But yeah, what I was saying is happening. So basically, I don't know where they're planning on sitting or anything, but there has been a panel chosen for the tribunal. I do not know who they were because I've been firmly locked out of command in regards to that. And they will be at the court today in Class A uniforms listening to the court case, and that is how they'll make their decision on whether he is fired or not.
That's bullshit.
100%. The tribunal is supposed to be separate.
Right, I've handed that over to you, Oxburg, with the
Yeah.
idea. It's probably... I don't expect it to go anywhere. Vanessa, myself, and Candace has already resigned. Myself, I'm going to have to medically resign, and Vanessa's going to be leaving because...
Sorry, who's already resigned?
Candace.
Oh.
The loss of Sydney was too much.
I understand. I need to speak to Rachel. I haven't been able to see her yet. I want to speak to her in person. A phone call isn't enough. I saw Maria yesterday in person, luckily.
But it gives you an idea of what I've been up against.
Jesus Christ. April, June, July, August, September, October.
But the issue we have is that there is no one who is willing to touch the head of that department. I'm not even
Yes.
kidding. Like,
Hi. Have you met me?
yeah, but that's great. But even if we arrest him, we send him to jail,
He can
will
still be the
still
head.
be working there. There's no one who can remove him.
Sure there is.
Okay, go on.
I mean, if they all quit and refuse to work for him.
And there just won't be a department. He'll just be by himself.
No.
He cannot be removed.
No, you know, yes, a private medical service. There you go.
I mean, that was out for a bit, but yeah, no, he, no one, he is untouchable. Like, LSMS don't operate the way PD do. In that, if say the lieutenant colonel and the rest of command staff deem the colonel unfit, the colonel would respect that and step down, right? That's not how it works in medical. Like, if that happened in medical, he'd just say fuck you and fire them.
I have a gun.
Oh no! I'm falling. No! Ooh!
Wait, what?
Fell over and started to slide off the edge of the cliff.
Like I said, I don't expect anything to happen with it. I'm only showing you that because I want to show you what we've been up against. You will hurt yourself if you're going to try and slide off the cliff.
The question I have, and it's a complete honest question, these individual people, why were they never brought to PD?
We did.
Interesting.
Oh shit! No!
Bye.
BJ was brought to PD.
Yeah, BJ was probably a case of we can't do anything, but what about any of the others? Like,
Because we're continuously up against them. Anything we say is dismissed. The anxiety thing was brought to PD.
I read about that.
Never heard anything of that. Ren went to PD about her unauthorized suspension. Never heard anything back about that.
I'm not sure there's a charge we could have done for that.
No, but it should have inspired an investigation for corruption.
I want to fix the issues in PDI, but I'm not in the right place to do it.
No.
Maybe one day I will be.
That water's cold.
I failed
It
Simon
is.
the same way I failed Oxburg.
You did.
But honestly, Oxburg,
As if I don't take the keys out.
where's he going?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to start heading back to the city in a minute and getting my Class A uniform on.
But just don't let Oxburg go any further with it.
He won't.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Get back here, Oxburg. We've got to get back into the city. Alright.
But
Will you be at the...
I'll
Sorry.
try.
You need your
Oh.
jump. You got a spider now.
Oxburg,
Hmm.
just don't take it any further than what I've shown you.
I mean, that is your instruction.
Thank you.
All right.
Who's there?
Emma.
Hi, Emma. Sorry. I'm unable to recognize.
You're all good.
I'm really not, but thank you for the compliment. I didn't realize you were an ex-cop.
I was, then I was laid off. And then I heard there was an opening again, so I,
You applied for it.
I applied for it.
Well, I'm glad that you're back in.
Yeah, but me being back in means that someone else is out. And based on the sign at MRPD, it's not the way that it would want someone to go out.
No, it's not. And I'm sorry, I know you know me as EMS. I don't think I'm going to be that for much longer. Or any sort of medical professional, or any sort of officer, because I just can't see.
Well, that would be important, wouldn't it?
To see what's before me, yeah.
Bless you.
Sorry, I've been out here for a while.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Because I moved from Liberty City after I felt like the last one standing. Do you feel like the last one standing?
How do you mean?
In Liberty, I had not great past. I did some petty crime. I almost attempted murder with someone. But I didn't leave until I felt like I was the last one standing. That everyone that I had loved either moved away or more often than not died.
I'm not leaving because of that. There are still people in EMS that are precious to me.
I know. Okay. I'm saying don't wait until you are the last one standing.
I can't. I have to go.
Where are you going?
I don't know. Fiji for the moment. Maybe my mother. I'll be around here, but I can't work.
You can work, you just can't work this job anymore. Find a new passion.
What passion is there for somebody who's legally blind?
Podcasts. Podcasts, radio shows. There's a lot of jobs out there that you technically don't need your eyes. You need a different I've seen the Legally Blind do artwork. I've seen them write stories. Granted, they're more of a solo kind of job and less team-centric than you're going to be used to. Except some of them, like a podcast, you could do with others, but...
I just may run. I will... I will just run, I think, for a while.
Running's good. Become a marathon runner. There you go. Well, you need to know the path you're running, but you could get one of the, they actually have people that help guide you while you're running to make sure you don't, like, run into something dangerous, so.
Yeah.
Do you have someone that can run with you?
I know the roads pretty well and everything, and I have a dog that can probably run with me.
Ooh, I love dogs. What's the dog's name?
Skylar.
Oh, perfect. That's adorable. It's not the end just because you are losing some eyesight. It can be drastically different, but it's not the end.
Yeah, let's hope that sometime in the future life will be easier, but I can't drive, which is kind of a big thing in this state.
Do you need a ride somewhere?
I'll need to go down to the courts in 5 minutes, so yeah. Go and get changed.
All right. Turn this bad boy around then.
I might as well go in this. There's not much point looking smart.
Why is there no point to looking smart?
Because it's difficult to get changed and I'm not a witness or anything.
remind me where the courthouse is again?
There.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna wrap my arms around you.
That is okay. That is like safety number one on a bike. Hold on.
It's so cold.
I told you I was gonna be a popsicle when I got up here. This is the only car I brought from the city, expecting this place to never snow, but here we are in the goddamn snow. Not to like say you're fat or anything, but you really slow this bike down. Ooh.
Oh.
That's just the smallest of jumps.
Oh, okay.
If I would crack these doors at the front.
Thank you.
Not a problem. As long as I can do one good deed a day, it's a good day.
Yeah.
You take care.
You too.
You, come on.
Oh, for fuck, please tell me you're coming up behind me.
Yes, it's me.
Come
here.
It's Ella and Vanessa. You're fine.
Good. Come on.
How you doing, guys? See
Hey.
you guys down before coming in.
Yeah, search her first. She's got to walk first.
It's fun. All right.
This is Trooper Aya.
Okay, thank you.
He's gonna pat you down.
You're good.
Thank
And search me first. I gotta carry her in, please.
Yep. You're good.
Thank you. I got you, sweetie.
Trial portion and then move straight into trial. But for the record, will you please state who's representing the state?
Gabriel Fox is going to be first chair for the state.
Who is that?
And Major Bryce Carpenter will be second chair.
And for the defense?
Sorry.
Counselor Andre Oxberg.
I don't know none of these cops.
And defendant, please state
Your
your
Honor,
name.
one moment. Sorry, bailiff, could you escort these 3 people directly behind me out of the courtroom? Please and thank you.
What's the reason, Counselor?
They were told to be quiet already as part of the announcement,
I thought I was
and
whispering,
I
sorry.
literally can't hear anything.
No whispering even in the courtroom. It's going to be 20,000 contempt if you do it again.
Okay.
Consider this everyone's final warning. Understood? All right. And the defendant, please state your name.
Simon Trace.
And make sure that anyone that is part of the proceeding is shouting today. Everyone else should be quiet or whisper. Again, would you please state your name, defendant? I cannot hear you.
Master Trooper Simon Trace.
Thank you. All right, since we are starting with, this is calling to order, case CR-20211-203-A, San Andreas versus Trace. The charge being sought today is second-degree murder with a total time and fine of, or judgment sought of 2,115 months and 5,000 fine, due to already being served 45 months and 30,000. We will begin the pretrial portion. Therefore, we will start with the defense. Do you have any objection to evidence that is on the case filing?
In regards to evidence, no, Your Honor. However, just a point of clarity, there is a medical record with regards to the victim in this case that was originally attached as part of a different matter altogether. I'm asking for that medical record to be unsealed. It appears that a seal was filed after that other matter was already closed. I believe that it contains material information to the defense of my client. Specifically, that is the medical record for Amaru.
Well, what I can tell you, Your Honor, is that the state put all the information that we believe should be required in the medical record, as this is a public case. We did not want to fully violate every single private information right that they may have. Now,
Defense would counter that the victim is now deceased, and as such, all of their records are no longer private. That also has information that is material to the defense of my client here. There's no reason for it to be redacted.
Your Honor, if I may offer a compromise, which is that, yes, while the deceased does not possess any rights, it is the morally correct thing to do to respect the privacy rights of all individuals. However, as the Justice has access to the unsealed original record, she can review the evidence and determine whether it's material or not without presenting it to the public docket. In that way, we can both respect the deceased and
Mhm.
also ensure that fairness
Will all
is provided
counselors
to his
approach the
client.
bench, please?
That means you too, Lily. That is correct. Fair call. Yes. Yeah, there appears to be some sort of data compromise. I do have a copy of it that I can turn over. Of course. There we go. Everybody should have a copy. That is correct.
That would be correct, Your Honor.
It's the middle bits that are of interest. Yeah. The part where medical declined to do life-saving surgery.
Yeah, we can get to that. That's fine. I'm entirely unfazed by this level of measures approached by the council, so I'm fine by that, provided the record itself stays sealed on the record.
Yeah, that works.
All right. Back to the defense. Do you have any other objections, Counselor Oxford?
Yeah, one moment. With regards to one witness, in this particular case, Master Trooper Tobias Tarts, they were not present on scene according to the evidence presented. And as such, any information they could possibly import upon the court would be hearsay at best.
That would be absolutely inaccurate, as we are stating Trooper Tobias Tarts as a expert witness, and expert witnesses are held to the higher standard because they do have the profession in their field. So what he says would not be hearsay.
The defense would counter that, according to the evidence submitted, that Trooper Tobias Tarts, Master Trooper Tobias Tarts was not present on the scene.
If I can ease Councillor Oxberg's burden, Trooper Tart is going to be asked about police procedure and about the autopsy which he assisted the first witness, Dr. Akali, in. That is all.
I will allow Master Trooper Tarts to take the stand, but only as an expert witness based on procedure and anything he has direct knowledge of. Is that amenable, Counselor Oxford?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Any other objections?
Other than the weather being severely cold, no, Your Honor.
Yeah, I can't change the weather. Sorry about that. All right. With that in mind, we will proceed into the trial phase itself. Give me one moment. All right. Do you have any pretrial motions you would like to make? My apologies, Counselor Oxford. Or have we gone through everything?
I think we're Gucci at this point, Your Honor.
Okay.
I
Does the
believe the
state-
only thing we're missing is the defendant's plea, as whether he intends to plead guilty or not guilty.
Of course. I'm getting to that now.
Just as a point of order to make things swift and smooth, if we could just do a quick roll call, make sure everyone's here for the witnesses.
Of course. I have no issue with that. Let me pull up my witness list. As far as the state witnesses, please let me know if they're all here. That would be Dr. Akali, Master Trooper Tobias Tarts, Dr. BJ Honeycutt, Lieutenant Amber Nolan, Trooper Ryan O'Malley, Master Trooper Simon Trace, the defendant Major Bryce Carpenter, and Tegan Page are all present for the state.
I do not believe O'Malley is.
Yeah, other than that, we have a full house.
Okay. With respect to Trooper O'Malley's statements, then I believe we will just simply have them read in as is verbatim. Is that correct?
Yes, Counselor Oxford. For any officers only that are not present, we would have their testimony read into the case in the open court. So, are both sides ready to proceed?
The state is, Your Honor.
I was born ready. Let's do it live.
Okay. Master Trooper Simon Trace, how do you plead today?
Not guilty.
All right. It is noted on the record that the defendant has pled not guilty. We will proceed with proceedings. The state may make their opening argument.
Thank you. What you will all be hearing is going to be a story about the actions that an officer has taken that resulted in the murder of a citizen of Los Santos. I'm sure a lot of people heard about Tennessee versus Garner, but what I will be referencing is Graham versus Connor, which was a case that took place in the Supreme Court in 1989. It stated that the use of force during an arrest and the excessive use of force claims shall be evaluated under the objectively reasonable standard of the Fourth Amendment. I'm going to make it very clear that Simon was not in his objectively reasonable rights to shoot the victim as much as he had. When Amaru Viracocha was said to have fired at officers, Simon Trace was fully within his right to fire back. But when she was shot down, defenseless on the ground, Simon, after it seems to be a pause, decided to keep shooting at her body. This resulted in a brutal death. The burden for second-degree murder is killing someone with intent to kill. Shooting a defenseless person so many times that most people called it mag dumping, emptying his entire mag almost into her body while she laid on the ground, no longer posing a immediate threat. But Simon, I guess arresting her wasn't enough. I guess giving her the medical attention that officers are trained to do and securing her and making sure she is okay after she no longer poses the immediate threat was not important to him. For whatever reason, Simon decided that he will convict her of all her crimes as if she was guilty. You heard just a second ago, Simon himself pled that he was not guilty. And the worst part is she will never get that option or that opportunity because he took that away from her that day. The truth is, it makes me sick to look towards the defense and see Simon Trace wearing the exact same uniform that we are all wearing here today, the Class A uniform, because he disrespected everything we have ever worked for in the San Andreas State Police. He did not live up to the standards, morals, and ethics and responsibilities that we swore to. You may hear them argue that she posed a threat to citizens, that she shot at people, that she threatened people. That's what court is for. You catch that individual, she was down on the ground, if you just put her in cuffs, arrest her, give her the medical attention, she would see her day in court and she could be trialed correctly so that she had the opportunity to say if she was guilty or not. That is how you should approach something like that. That is not how this was approached. Simon said in statements and in the interview that he believes what he did was right. You will also possibly hear that he may have not been of his right mind when he mag dumped the victim countless times, resulting in her death. But that is not true because he underwent a mental evaluation and it is documented on record that he is of sound mind. Before this case fully begins, I ask one question. Who is to hold us as the San Andreas State Police responsible, if not each other? Thank you.
Defense, you can make your opening argument now or you can hold for later. Which would you like?
We'll defer until we call our witnesses or do cross-examination.
Certainly. The state may call their first witness.
All right, Your Honor. The first witness is going to be the expert witness, Akali.
You raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you.
I will note for the court that she is stated as a expert witness due to her medical experience, Doctor, how long have you worked as a medical staff?
Overall, a little under 4 years.
4 years. I have another question. How many deaths have you seen as a medical professional?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
The relevance is to state how much experience she has in the saying if something was serious, not serious, shocking,
In that case,
anything like
objection
that.
asked and answered. She has already stated what her experience is over the last 4 years. So
I
either she
didn't
is or
ask
is
how
not an
long.
expert witness.
Augsburg, I'd inform you to pay attention to the questions as I first asked, how long has she been a medical professional? And then I asked, how many deaths has she seen in the field? Those are two very different questions. Just to make sure you're listening.
Counselor, objection sustained. I do not see irrelevance. Please rephrase and continue.
Is it correct that you did the autopsy?
That is correct.
Okay. When you saw the victim, was she already dead?
Yes.
How fast would you say she died?
I would say it was almost instantaneous.
Instantaneous? So you
Almost
were saying
instantaneous, correct.
almost right after she was shot, she died?
Correct.
What were her injuries that she sustained?
She was shot several times to her chest area. Do you want the exact details of where the bullets were lodged?
I'm not too worried about that.
Okay. Eight total bullets were removed from her body.
Now, would you say that for someone to inflict the injuries that she received, they could not do so accidentally?
Definitely not accidentally, not 8 bullets to the chest, no.
What can 8 bullets through the chest do to any individual?
Objection, speculation.
She's an expert witness, Augsburg. I think she could definitely attest to what bullet wounds can do to somebody.
The question calls for speculation. Any individual specifically. Bullets can do any number of things depending on the subject.
Excuse me, could you move your mask?
I will allow you to rephrase, but I will allow her to answer on the basis of her profession and expertise in general. But your objection is noted, Counselor Oxford.
Thank you.
In your professional opinion and expertise, what would 8 bullets to the spine do to anybody?
Well, all 8 bullets were into her spine. It was her heart and lungs also infected.
Thank you. I don't know if you have any questions, Bryce.
Sure, yeah, I'll pick it up. Dr. Akali, thank you for your time here. Looking at the one thing I noted in one of the other pieces of evidence that we will touch on, evidence from EMS Tegan Page, he stated there may have been 13 gunshot wounds. I noticed in the autopsy you stated that you believe that, well, can you state what you believed about the discrepancy between 13 bullet holes by the EMS and the 8 that you discovered?
I believe, I'm sorry. The extra wounds that appeared to have been other GSWs or enter or exit wounds would have been from fragmented bullets.
I see. So once they hit the spine, they veered off and caused what looked like additional entry wounds.
Objection, leading the witness.
She's an expert witness. I'm trying to clarify what she saw.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Just rephrase, Major, please.
Certainly. In the autopsy, you stated that you suspected with the extensive damage to the spine, rounds splintered in the body.
Correct.
And created 5 additional wounds. Is that a correct summary of what you
Correct.
saw? Fantastic thing. One final question. Based on what you observed in the autopsy, what would you say the position of the victim was when she was shot?
She would have been on her knees or lower than the person that had shot her.
Okay, so should be down effectively.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Counselor Oxberg, you may cross-examine.
Doctor, how do I pronounce your last name, just for clarity?
Akali.
Akali. Dr. Akali, with regards to the external examination for this medical report, who requested the assistance of Master Trooper Tarts?
He was requested for his specialty in the way the autopsy was needed to be performed due to her religious preferences of her, I believe, family.
In the way that the autopsy was performed.
Correct.
Is that what you just said?
Correct. She did not have a standard autopsy.
Can you elaborate on what you mean by not a standard autopsy?
We didn't, I don't know how to say this without being a little gruesome. We handled her body with a little more care and being less invasive.
Less invasive.
Correct. Do you know how a standard autopsy works, Counselor?
Actually, I don't. So just for brief clarity, please be brief. What is missing from this particular autopsy that would be standard in your mind?
normally all of her organs and such would be removed. Usually the chest cavity is cracked open for easier access and things like that.
See. I have no further questions at this time, but we'll reserve the right to recall.
So noted. So noted. Does the state have any redirect?
Yep. So, something I do want to ask: would the autopsy that took place instead of a standard autopsy invalidate any of the findings?
Not at all.
Objection. That's speculation. There's no way to know one way or the other.
She's an expert witness, again, Oxford. I think she can definitely attest to the differences between a standard autopsy and a different kind of autopsy. And then she can also attest to if it would change the findings on the body.
That's speculative. There's no way to know that for certainty.
I will allow the answer, but I will also note the objection and keep that into consideration moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do I have to re-ask it, or are we good? Alright, I think we're good.
Yes, she answered already.
Okay.
So any further questions, Counselor?
At any time, did Trooper Tobias Tarts, I think how to say it, interfere with the autopsy?
Not at all. He mostly took notes and did a cleansing of the room.
In your personal opinion, did he affect any of the findings in any way by being there?
No, sir.
That's all for me, Your Honor. Unless Bryce has more.
No, I think we've put Dr. Akali quite enough through the ringer.
Dr. Akali, you may step down. However, please stay for
one last question, Doctor. You just said mostly. Is there anything that was done that gives you a reason to say the word mostly? A pretty straightforward answer. It's either yes or no.
Well, Your Honor, I'm simply asking if his request to bring up the witness again was allowed.
He did reserve the right to recall the witness. Are you recalling her now, or would you like to wait, Counselor Oxford?
Yeah, recalling now.
All right, then please just stay. You're still sworn in.
Mm-hmm.
You may answer the question.
Could we ask that he restates the question, please?
Of course,
Yes,
for the record.
the testimony was entered recently, just as that Master Trooper Tobias Tarts mostly took notes and did a cleansing of the room. It's a simple answer, yes or no. Did they interfere? Why was the mention of mostly made?
I would object, as that was asked and answered. I
will
asked
allow the
specifically.
answer for clarity.
Okay.
Continue, Doctor.
I was recalling information from that day as it was several days ago, and I believe he asked me a couple questions as well. I didn't want to leave anything out, which is why I said mostly.
Okay, the questions, were they done during the autopsy or were the questions after the fact?
Objection relevance.
It's entirely relevant to the question I just asked, with regards to why was mostly stated.
And to what relevance does that have as to anything to do with whether Simon killed someone or not?
It's nothing to do with whether he killed someone or not. It has everything to do whether the PD tampered with the autopsy itself.
Your Honor, I'm going to also just state that Augsburg at this time is trying to tarnish the officers and the medical service by questioning all of their procedures.
It's okay,
incorrect, Your Honor. I'm actually trying to make clarity for the public court. Thank you. and I would appreciate if
Councilor
we could keep
Oxford.
things civil.
Councilor Oxford, would you just rephrase your question and be direct? You're allowed to as an expert witness. Just ask specifically what you're trying to get to the point of.
I'm trying to ask whether or not there were questions that were asked during the autopsy as opposed to waiting for the official report and then asking questions. Because if the questions were asked after the report was made, that's fine. If they were made during the autopsy and interfering with the procedure, that is an entirely different problem. And to address the trooper's concerns, I am actually trying to save the image of both professions to make sure that the questions were asked after the fact as is standard. That says one thing by the book.
Question for
Objection.
you, Andre. No, hold on. I've got
Okay.
this, Gabe. Andre, are you an expert in how autopsies are performed? Are you a doctor by any chance?
I already asked and answered that.
No, precisely. You're not, as I'm well aware. So why don't we ask Dr. Carly, is it typical for observers to ask questions during an autopsy?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Perfect. That's what I was getting at. Thank you. No further questions.
I have a clarifying question. I believe this has been asked and answered, but I want to make sure. You stated, I believe, when the state questioned you, that although Master Trooper Tobias Tarts was present, there was no interference in the actual autopsy. Correct, Doctor?
Correct.
Okay.
Perfect,
I
that's
believe
what
that
we
was
needed.
asked and answered. I just needed to know for my own personal, but I will also note your objections in the statements that you've made, Councilor Oxford, in regards to procedure. Any other questions?
No, Your Honor.
Councilor Oxford, any further questions?
No, that's all for now.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. You can step down. The state may call their next witness.
Excuse me.
The next witness is going to be Tobias Tarts. He is also stated to be a expert witness.
You could raise your right hand, please. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you.
All right, let me say that again. I do.
Thank you for speaking up. You may continue to question the witness, state.
Thank you. Trooper Tobias Tarts. Altogether, how long have you served in the San Andreas State Police?
Ani, good to see you. I've served altogether no less than 3 years state police.
Trooper Tobias Tarts. In your experience, how do you handle a downed suspect from gunshot wounds?
From the outset, we give them a warning to stay down. We assess if they need medical attention. We restrain them, and we begin medical attention immediately if need be. Call for an
In your time as an officer, have you ever learned about the use of force?
and taught it, yes.
Now, as per Tennessee versus Garner, Graham versus Connor, is it correct that you instruct officers that they are to only shoot if they pose a immediate threat to themselves or other people?
Correct.
Let me, I think I'm going to award my next question. In my understanding, or let me rephrase this, in your training, when a victim is downed, are you to pause any lethal approach?
Yes.
It's gonna be all for me, Your Honor. Unless, yeah, Bryce says some.
Major Carpenter, you may.
I do, thank you. Master Trooper Tart, when a suspect has been incapacitated, what is the San Andreas State Police's standard operating procedures for securing that individual?
We will approach the subject. We will give them the order to stay where they are. If they're conscious or not assume. We will then put them in handcuffs, try to get their identification, any weapons off of them, and render medical aid.
Thank you. Additionally, I have a question about another part of procedure. On arriving at a scene, you discover signs of blood on the floor. Do you wait for backup, or would you go in on your own?
I wait for backup.
That is the standard operating procedures of the San Andreas State Police, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
I actually do have one more question. Now, Trooper Tobias Tarts, when handling an investigation, if you are being threatened yourself in multiple manners, are you not suggested to enforce the help of other officers instead?
That would be correct.
Would it be correct in saying that if you were the target of a supposed serial killer, that you would not be working the case?
Objection, Your Honor. Creation of material fact. Nobody has established that anybody was the target of anybody.
That is absolutely incorrect, as there is multiple pieces of evidence, and Simon's interview questions himself, stating that he was absolutely the target.
Okay. No arguing in my courtroom. I understand the objection, Counselor Oxburg. Estate, I will allow Master Trooper Tarts to speak in regards to procedures and standards, but not any evidence that has not been pointed out in the courtroom as of yet.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So just
In that
rephrase your
case-
question and ask what the procedure.
Actually, Your Honor, in that case, would I be able to present a piece of evidence to the court?
Only if he has direct knowledge of that evidence. He is here as an expert witness.
Alright, Trooper Tobias Tarts, what do you consider a conflict of interest?
It's a very broad question, Sergeant Fox. Perhaps narrow it down.
What do you consider a conflict of interest in regards to investigations?
Conflict of interest can be something where, for me personally, I'll use myself as an example. As if a loved one is targeted, or I may investigate a loved one or a dear friend, or if I myself am targeted. Those would be conflicts of interest.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all for me.
Thank you.
Beg the indulgence of the court. I have a couple of questions regarding the autopsy. I've neglected to answer them. We may as well get them out of the way. I'm sure Andre's eager to ask all sorts of things himself, but I think I'll get us started.
Okay, not a problem. Continue, Major.
I'm going to refer to Exhibit F1, which Trooper Tarts has seen. It was a piece of a form presented to LSMS about attempting to gain the body of Amara Viracocha prior to the autopsy. That led to Master Trooper Tarts being involved in the autopsy to start with. Master Trooper Tarts, to your understanding, Miss Viracocha was of Native American heritage, correct?
Correct. Objection relevance. Also, Your Honor, you specifically mentioned that Trooper could only be there for procedure. We are now discussing a piece of evidence, which we have already objected to in pretrial motions.
Your Honor, I believe you said that it was anything he had direct knowledge of, and this is a piece of evidence he has direct knowledge of, so I think it's fair game.
Since it has been established that Master Trooper Tarts was there for the autopsy, I will allow the questioning, but I will also allow defense to question on that matter as well.
Well, with respect, Your Honor, with regards to Exhibit Foxtrot 1, Trooper Tobias Tarts' name is nowhere on this particular piece of evidence. So the question really comes up as to how they're involved with that particular piece.
If you bear with me one moment, Andre, I'll get to it.
Very well, we'll retract the objection.
I will allow to obtain foundation, and then if you wish to continue your objection, Counselor Oxburg, I will hear it, okay? Please lay a foundation as to why this is relevant.
Absolutely. Master Trooper Tarts, was Exhibit F1 presented to you by members of LSMS for your expertise?
As well as SASP, but yes, LSMS. Provide that to me.
Thank you kindly. And based on that, you were reached out to by Dr. Akali to assist in the autopsy of Amara Viracocha, the victim in this case, correct?
Correct.
And what expertise would you have that would render your assistance to the good medical examiner?
I am an Anishinaabe from the Wickamacog First Nations area camp.
I see. And so it was this very personal heritage that allowed you to ensure that the rights and wishes and the traditions of the victim were respected while the autopsy was taking place, correct?
To the best of my ability.
Thank you. Then I thank you personally for taking care of that and showing the care and respect that the deceased deserved. I have no further questions.
Counselor Oxburg, you can question the witness.
Ani.
With regards to the autopsy, are you aware of the investigation file that specifically notes a female in a trench coat was holding Amaru attempting to walk out?
Objection, relevance. If you could just state why that is important.
It's entirely important because the rest of the investigation notes indicates that somebody was asking that no autopsy be performed. So I'm trying to figure out exactly when this supposed form, Foxtrot 1, was delivered to anybody and by whom. We know who it was received by, but who provided it?
I will allow the line of questioning, but please, could you rephrase, because that was very confusing.
Sure, I'll make it simpler. Master Trooper Tobias Tarts, who provided you with the form Foxtrot 1 with regards to release of a body?
Oh. Well, that is a very good question, as I do not have exact recollection, as I had seen this form a number of times from a number of different people on the 20th November. My apologies, I didn't keep an exact record.
Your Honor, if I may help the counsellor, it's actually in Exhibit F5. It states the name of the individual who handed it across. I'm sure he's overlooked it in his preparation notes.
Just for clarity, so I don't have to read the whole thing and delay the case any further.
And
Also, I
Andrea
believe,
Amanet.
1789 is labeled as IA, which I should not actually be able to see.
We've provided it as full evidence to you, counsellor.
If it's on the docket, you can see it, Counselor. However, I will allow Major Carpenter to state the name for the record.
Andrea Amone is listed as the name of the person who provided the form and attempted to abscond with the body of the deceased. We tested the validity of those claims. They were found to be lacking. However, out of an abundance of caution, we attempted to respect the wishes of the deceased on the offhand chance that the claims were correct in any way, shape, or form.
You may continue your questioning. That is noted for the record. Thank you, Major.
So this form was provided by this Andrea Amunet. Master Trooper Tobias Tarts, does that name, Andrea Amunet, show up in the next of kin signature, next of kin name, or witness signature of Exhibit F1?
Would please the court if I could access my phone so I can pull up the docket and take a look.
You may.
It does not.
It does not. Based on that information, do you believe that the next of kin is one Zara Mama Supe?
According to this document, it is.
Which then leads to my next question. If the next of kin is Zara Mama Supe, and this Amunet person is the person asking for no autopsy to be done, what gives them any authorization whatsoever to dictate how PD or any member of LSMS does their duties?
I would object to this question as asked and answered. It was stated that the validity of the form was absolutely in question, but Bryce himself just said that it was still done out of the possible respect for her if it was to be correct.
That is
The point I'm
noted
getting
into
at
the
here,
court
Your Honor,
record.
is there's nothing within this authorization form whatsoever that has any directives to any personnel of any law enforcement agency or medical agency as to any particular wishes or restrictions that need to be abided by. That is entirely under the opinion and purview of Master Trooper Tobias Tarts solely.
I believe that based on Major Carpenter's statement in regards to that they indeed did question the validity of the document, but continued to try to allow wishes based on her heritage, I will allow, but I will also note your objection, Counselor Oxburg, and take that into consideration.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No further questions at the moment, but we'll reserve the right to recall later.
Of course. Any redirect from the state?
None from me, Your Honor.
None from me, Your Honor.
All right, Master Trooper Tobias Tarts, you can step down. But please stay in case you are recalled.
Actually, yeah, I'll recall real quick. Sorry, I missed one last question off of my list. And
Just
then I'm
remember you're still under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
with regards to the autopsy report, just the specific verbiage specifically says with the assistance of yourself. It should be stated that based on the trajectory of rooms, the victim was prone when shot. What assistance did you particularly provide in order to make that determination?
Objection. This is also asked and answered. He has stated very specifically what all he did in that autopsy room, and as has the other expert witness, Akali.
I will allow the answer for clarification just for the record.
Would you like for
Please
me to
restate
go through
your
this?
question?
Basically what I'm getting at is, did you ask a question as to what the trajectory of the wounds were, or did you assist in determining that answer?
Would you like me to give a full rundown of the exact assistance, Your Honor?
Please, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Perfect. When I went into the morgue, into the examination room, I first started off by smudging the room, burning sage, saying quiet prayers to respect the dead, to welcome in the Creator. I then also would smudge the table, smudged over the body as well, not touching it, wafting. At which point the body was displayed. No organs were disturbed. They were taken out, weighed, measured, biopsy, have you. just the impacts of the wounds. Dr. Akali would walk through what she would see. I would write down notes, made my own quiet determinations and musings as I was writing, as one does often talk to himself. I did not ask Dr. Akali if what her determinings were until I had my own. Did ask if she believed that the individual would have been prone for the shots. Made the determination then that yes, she believed that they were.
One last question, then I'm truly done, I swear. How many of these autopsies have you ever assisted in the past?
This specific
Objection?
Just in
I would have to ask for the relevance on this, as he is
As
not
he
the
is
medical
sworn in as an
professional.
expert witness, he can testify as to what he has participated in. Please re-ask the question, Counselor Oxford.
I'm just wondering if this was his first, or if it's something
not my
that is
first, no.
not your first. Okay, that's all I need. Thank you.
Thank you. You may step down, Master Trooper Tarks.
Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to make a motion to strike the autopsy as being compromised and tainted, as was just entered into evidence. It was specifically noted that there was a leading question, particularly whether or not the person would have been prone. That is something that was asked prior to the ME completing their report on their own volition whatsoever. And I believe that the results of the autopsy were guided by the PD.
Your Honor, I would.
Hold on. It's,
Okay.
I've got this, Gabe. I'd like the council to point to any law that states how autopsies are to be performed for the state of determining that.
Well, with regards to material evidence, you are innocent until proven guilty. And by asking the question as to whether or not they were prone, you've already made a determination as to my client's guilt.
On the question, it's a clarifying question as to whether or not the individual was prone when they were shot. Guilt is established in the court, not in the autopsy.
Right, but as entered into evidence, the question wasn't whether they were prone or not, it was whether they were prone. There's a very
Correct.
specific difference.
It's asking a question as to the position of the body. I think you're clutching at straws here, Andre. It's a determination of where was the person where they were shot based on the trajectory of the bullets. It's a very simple and very practical question to ask.
Motion has been made with no further comment.
One moment. Okay. As no specific law was stated, and based on my own research for the state of California, which is what the state of San Andreas does just consult depending on the circumstances, it is actually a known practice for investigators to attend autopsies and actually ask questions if there are any. However, I will keep into consideration the objection made by the defense. However, since the doctor also testified in her expert opinion, those will be kept into consideration.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may call your next witness.
Next witness the state would like to call is going to be Amber Nolan. This time, Your Honor, the state would like to put into evidence the witness testimonies of Amber Nolan that is on the docket, or present that evidence to the court. It's
Which
going to be
exhibits?
State Exhibit B.2.A, C, and B.
Okay, I do have those here.
You could raise your right arm, please. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes.
Thank you.
May I ask, let me just make sure I don't have to present any more evidence for this line of questioning, if that's okay, real quick, Your Honor.
Yes, Counselor.
I would actually
This-
like to. Oh, sorry.
Go for it, Gabe. I was only going to say we would enter the entirety of B block as testimony
Yeah.
given by officers on scene.
That's what I was
Okay.
about to ask for.
And Trooper O'Malley's is the one that needs to be read into court, correct?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Okay. You may continue your questioning, but we will read that into court record when we are able.
Thank you. Amber Nolan, it is stated that officers received fire from a suspect on a rooftop. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
When officers went to engage the suspect, did you all stay together?
I myself, when the shooting was started, was coming back from a medical call. When I saw the firefight, the fire exchange happen, and when we went to pursue said suspect, I first was by myself, of which then I was met with O'Malley, and I could see Simon on the other side of the rooftop.
Gotcha. It is from my understanding that Amaru, the victim, was primarily shot down for firing upon officers. Is that correct?
That is correct.
It is stated in B.2.B in your witness statement where you say that you witnessed Amaru on the floor injured. Is that correct?
Yeah, when I came around the corner, she was on the floor injured, yes.
At the time when she was injured on the floor, was she a threat?
Well, due respect, I believe she was a threat right up until a point. She had been actively shooting at officers, but at the floor at that point in time, she wasn't aiming a gun.
So at that point in time,
Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing a little. Can I just move closer just to rehear that answer?
Yes, you
Sorry,
can, Counselor. That's
Sorry.
fine. You can
Can
step
you-
forward so you can hear.
Yeah, can you just re-say the
I'll
answer?
re-ask it.
Mhm.
I can rephrase it. If that helps.
No, it's not an objection. Just to re-say what she just said. I didn't hear all of it.
Okay, the question asked was, at the time Amaru was on the floor, injured, was she a threat? A immediate threat?
While she was on the floor injured, no. However, that doesn't necessarily mean she couldn't pick up a gun and shoot somebody injured on the floor.
At that time, did Amaru request or require, I should say, medical attention?
Yes.
You stated in your witness testimony that you witnessed Amaru on the floor, and when you were about to approach, Simon Trace then fired a vast number of times into Amaru. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, he did.
How long of a time was it in between her primarily being shot down and Simon then firing upon her again?
Objection, Your Honor. That calls for speculation. In the testimony, it specifically states that the officer was around the corner and would not have had visual contact.
In the testimony, it states that as she was about to approach, Simon Trace fired a vast number of times into Amaru. It is hereby saying that at that time she was able to see what was happening.
Where is this in the testimony, counselor?
It's gonna be
Which page?
which one, me or Oxford?
It'll be in Bravo 2 Bravo. It'll be the third and fourth sentences. Specifically says, as I came around the corner, as I was about to approach. Those two sentences at the top of the page.
It's gonna be the first paragraph, if that helps too.
I'm reading. I will allow the trooper to refer to their own witness testimony, but only answer the question based on what they physically saw.
Thank you. Would you like me to rephrase it then, Your Honor?
Yes, I would.
Between the time you... Actually, I have another question prior. Before you turned the corner, was there any call that a suspect was down?
I believe so, yeah. From my recollection.
And from your recollection, between the time it was called that a officer or a suspect was downed, how long was it until Simon then fired upon her again?
From the moment I came around the corner, maybe about a second, 2 seconds.
Okay. How long was it between when you heard a suspect was down and when you turned the corner?
Everything okay, Colonel?
Objection asked and answered.
No, she answered how long it was when she turned the corner, but she stated
I'm also
that
concerned about
she heard
Parker.
the suspect down call prior to turning the corner.
You may answer.
It was a couple of seconds, if that.
You state in your own testimony that he fired so many times you thought it was a gun malfunction. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
You requested Simon to contact EMS, and he just sat there frozen and unresponsive. Is that correct?
Yes.
You then state that he confirmed what you saw was correct. That line, could you give us a better idea or clarification? What were you saying you saw?
That he open fired upon Amaru multiple times. And yeah, I wanted clarification whether or not that was a gun malfunction or not.
Was it a gun malfunction?
No.
Simon, hold on, let me think I'm gonna phrase this one. Simon stated that he believed he had saved so many people's lives, including yours, by doing what he did. Is that correct?
I'm sure what you're asking. Are you asking an opinion of mine or?
No, sorry, I'm asking, did Simon tell you that he believed what he did in that situation was right?
Yeah, I believe you did.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, I'm gonna now reference Exhibit B.3. That's gonna be Simon Trace's statement for the court. The reason I am referencing it in regards to questioning Amber is because she is on scene there.
I'd actually object to this questioning. Simon Trace's testimony is his own testimony, and he is not currently under the stand.
You can only ask her questions in regards to her own testimony and what she personally saw or heard.
Yeah. Your Honor, I plan to ask about what he did when he was shooting the suspect multiple times that she stated she witnessed.
Then ask that.
Thank you.
Don't reference testimonies that are not hers. But you may answer that question, Miss Nolan.
Well, what I planned on asking, Your Honor, in Simon Trace's statement, he claimed he blacked out. I was just gonna ask if she would say that was true.
I got no response, clear response from Simon until after we did a briefing and I brought him back to Mission Row. It was, in my opinion, clear that he was definitely not in the right frame of mind at that point in time.
I would also like to put into evidence the state exhibit E.7. At the crime scene, it's written in blood, Amber Nolan.
Yes, I
I would
see that.
object. I would object to the relevance. What does that have to do with the testimony as to what Trooper saw or did not see?
This is
With regards to the
building
shooting.
more foundation in regards to what the suspect was said to have been doing to Simon, Amber, other officers.
We just know for the record that objection to the relevance of as to what was actually seen with regards to the shooting itself.
Sustained, but please rephrase and ask direct questions in regards to what she saw, felt personally to her, etc. But it is
Yeah.
everything is noted on the record, including the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have you, or let me rephrase, were you working on an investigation on this suspect for threats made against you and others?
We had put it on the docket for trial, yes.
What's your relation with Simon Trace?
Objection relevance.
Well, Your Honor, it states that in Amber's statement, she was told that he did what he did to save people, but he also specified saving Amber. I'm trying to understand why he would in specific want to save Amber.
Objection.
Sorry,
ahead.
it can be easily noted that they're a member of the PD, and I would expect anybody in PD that sees one of their officers being shot at to come to their defense. They are a family in a thin blue line.
Objection.
Yes.
Counselor is speculating, which is
Yeah.
gratefully noted, but not particularly relevant to the case.
Are you saying that I'm speculating that you would not come to the defense of an officer that is being shot at?
I'm stating that it's a perfectly fine speculation to make, but it remains a speculation, Andre.
Okay, we're not going to argue between counselors. I will allow the question, but make it brief. It is noted on the record, however, in regards to whether or not I will continue to allow this line of questioning once it's answered.
Am I to answer? Sorry.
You may answer the question as to your relation to Simon Trace.
Simon is a very good friend of mine, but also he's a work colleague.
I believe that is sufficient, and I believe that is what Counselor Oxford was referring to. Please continue questioning the witness, Counselor.
Yeah. Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I was looking for. Unless Bryce has any more questions.
No, I think I'll spare the lieutenant any further trauma. It's clear she's quite distressed by this whole process.
Counselor Oxford, you may question the witness.
Lieutenant Nolan, are you all right? I mean, it sounds like you're distraught about something. This isn't material. It's just checking in with you, whether you're okay for questioning or not.
I'm fine for question.
Lieutenant Nolan, is that your correct rank, Lieutenant?
Yes, it is, yeah.
And that was your rank at the time of the scene in question?
Yeah, I believe so.
With regards to the medical, was there any particular reason why you specifically had to respond as opposed to either O'Malley or Trace?
O'Malley was on the rooftop. I was the only one on the ground apart from Simon.
You do something to drink.
Not responsive at the time.
Yes, please.
I'm sorry, he was not responsive with regards to responding to the medical call at PD, is that correct?
Oh, the medical call. Apologies. I thought we were
Yes.
on about my. Let me rephrase that. The reason is because we had 3 officers on duty at that time, and I left O'Malley, who was a partner with me, with Simon, to make sure that he had somebody with him to do investigation work. And then myself went to a medical call because it was in an area of which belief was could have been suspicious.
Okay, fair enough. With regards to your witness testimony under Bravo 2 Alpha, the very last sentence is that you returned fire and that you fell from the ladder. Is that correct?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
From your vantage point from the ladder, were you able to see either Simon or Amaru?
Amara was straight ahead of me. She was firing at me at the time. And who was the other person you were asking?
Okay. Is it correct in understanding then that at the time of your fall from the ladder that Mario and yourself were on the same rooftop?
When I fell, yes.
Okay, perfect. When you fell, were you able to maintain visual contact with Amaru?
Yes.
Did you specifically see... Sorry, go ahead.
When I was on the ground, no.
Perfect. That's what I was looking for. From the time that you fell from the ladder to the time that you ran out the corner, how long did you say roughly earlier? You said seconds?
A couple of seconds, yeah.
Okay, 1 second. What was the distance between yourself rounding the corner to Amaru, roughly? Ballpark it.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I'd object, Your Honor. That calls for speculation. Yep.
I can rephrase. Would it be anywhere within the size of this courthouse, with this very courtroom?
No, we short distance than that.
Shorter. Perfect. That's what I was looking for. Was it day or night?
Daytime.
Perfect. Just for clarity, with regards to the state's exhibits of the Delta block, I believe there's a reconstruction of the scene. Is that correct?
I would have to have a look at the docket if that's possible.
Sure. Actually, I'll just ask the counselors. Is that correct? Delta block is a reconstruction, yes?
That is correct. Is a reconstruction that I performed the following day with Lieutenant Nolan when she informed me about the case, along with another trooper.
Perfect. I'll skip questioning on that then. Double checking my notes real quick. I think we're almost wrapped up here. 1 moment. With regards to the vast number of times for the shots that were fired, and I'm sure there's going to be an objection of speculation, can you estimate roughly how many shots were fired? Are we talking about 2 to 3? Are we talking 8 to 10? Are we talking 20 plus?
Obviously, objection, speculation. I'm kind of confused why you would ask a question you know would be objected to. As
It's okay,
well.
Gabe. It's fine. Let him answer the question. We already have demonstrated by the autopsy that she was shot 8 times, so Lieutenant Nolan's recollection is entirely immaterial. But he's welcome to ask the question.
Okay. Would you re-ask the question, Counselor Oxford?
Yeah, the question still stands. But define vast number of times. Are we talking a whole crap ton? Are we talking 8? Are we talking, like, define vast?
Could I just object for you to word it differently, as that seems really compound? And
can you please define what you mean by vast number?
Thank you.
We're talking like levels of unloading a whole magazine, a vast number, not something I would have stated would have been a single shot. No.
Lieutenant, do you have your service pistol on you right now?
Yes.
How many bullets does your magazine contain, or can it contain?
I don't know right now, to be honest with you.
Fair enough. Bailiff, do you have your service pistol?
I do.
How How many rounds does it contain, or can it contain?
Your Honor, with permission, I'd like to pull out my pistol.
I would have to object to the relevance of this question, though, as
Establishing vast.
well, I want to inform you, or my objection to the relevance is I'm kind of confused why the exact mag cartridge or amount is relevant if people can reload, and there's also an option to have a extended mag issued for your weapon. So it's very possible he either did or didn't have that extended mag. There's a lot of possibilities.
That's exactly why I'm asking, Your Honor, because the word vast is mentioned. I'm establishing at a minimum what a magazine can contain. We already know that 8 shots were sustained by the victim. What I'm asking is how many shots were fired in total.
I will allow you to pull out your pistol, Sergeant Carlson. In regards to Lieutenant Nolan stating a magazine, however, I will note your objection, Counselor, in regards to the fact that that weapons can have multiple types of magazines.
Thank you.
Types and sizes, shall I say.
For the court record, my gun has a magazine size of 12. I do not have an extended magazine.
Thank you. That's all I wanted.
Thank you, Sergeant. Any further questions, Counselor?
Yeah, just two. Is it fair to say, based on that number, that the approximate number of shots is somewhere in the environ of 8 to 12?
Whew. As in, is my opinion that?
Is that your opinion? Yes.
Yes.
Correct. One last question. With regards to the scene itself before shots started, at any point, was there any attempt made to remove either yourself or Simon Trace from the scene because of direct threat to yourselves?
At the point in time, we didn't really know that my name was on a wall somewhere until we came back later on in the day. It was an investigation scene. The reason why they were fired upon was not in direct link to the fact that I had 2 officers trying to do an investigation, collect evidence. Which is the reason why they were there, was collecting evidence.
Okay. Last question. Were you command at the time on duty?
I was, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Does the state have any redirect?
I do not, Your Honor.
I do not, Your Honor.
You may step down, Lieutenant. Thank you.
Your Honor, can we take a brief recess, about 2 minutes? I need to use the privy.
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll take a 2-minute recess, and at this point in time, I will advise that if there's another outburst in court, do not forget that there is a $20,000 fine, and it will be in contempt. However, right now we're in recess, and we will rejoin proceedings once the counselor has returned. This
What'd
will
you
be
say?
a very brief recess.
No, you did not give me any information.
Yeah. I don't know. I missed that part, but I got
Please
part
speak
of it.
quietly.
I can't hear you over the
Yeah, I have extended mag right now. Yeah.
Could everyone please make sure you're whispering? Would not like anybody's comments.
It is
to-
16, I believe. Let me double check. Yes, 16. Yeah.
The trooper that's talking about his magazine, please
Martin.
whisper.
Armstrong, that's you.
Sorry, I felt like I was whispering.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was very.
Cedar Crags. We're all Cedar kids at heart.
Becky, that the office you're
Toast,
selling
you said
is
my
like
top tweet.
right behind MRPD, right? Just to the north.
Oh, that was so funny. I got so many calls right after I did that.
Got like 3 fridges, 2 beer and wine
Oh shit! I'm
hello.
fridges in it.
I'm stuck.
Got a
I'm sorry.
cooker. Got a bunch of those real expensive cement
Just trying to get me
walls that
closer
move
to
around to
Tarkos,
make
you know?
rooms.
No, actually, I was trying to get in between you and Tarts, but that's fine.
Hey, you want to?
You know what's really funny, Tiffany? I've noticed this about like when you say something, you're selling it for, you know,
I'll go through
price
Taco
or
Bell
best
first.
offer. Nobody ever actually thinks to barter me. Like they just think I'm
Hey,
willing
do
to
any of
take
you need
less
food
if
up there?
somebody offers
I got
me
some
a good
cheesecake.
offer. Like if you try to say like 220, I'm gonna tell you to get fucked and get out of this.
Yeah, obviously. Exactly.
And like the full price, they're not interested, or they give you like a meal.
All right. Welcome back, Councilor Oxford. Court will reconvene. The state may call their next witness.
I'll give you $2.
Before we call Simon Trace, who's going to be our next witness, I would like to read into evidence the statements by Trooper Ryan O'Malley.
Certainly. Please continue. Please proceed.
These are exhibits B1A, B, and C. Statements given by Trooper O'Malley on the day in question.
Hey, is he on radio?
Let me just pull these up.
Hey, Viper, I think we're gonna need to do a pat down if you want to come over here, please.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Wait, what's
Touch my body. Stupid.
Okay. Exhibit B1A. On November 21st, Delta 872 Ryan O'Malley and Alpha 395 Amber Nolan responded to a call of an officer needing assistance. Trooper Simon Trace had called for backup after an individual had fired him while he was investigating a potential crime scene at the meatpacking factory. Trooper O'Malley and Lieutenant Nolan met up with Trooper Trace outside of the factory and proceeded to clear the building. The building was empty. However, we did find a trail of blood that led to a pile of deceased animals which had been mutilated and left in a corner for us to find. Lieutenant Nolan decided to break off to handle another call while Troopers O'Malley and Trace stayed behind to process the crime scene. While Trooper Trace was inside taking photographs of the crime scene, Trooper O'Malley decided to check the factory rooftop for any signs of the suspect. Both Troopers O'Malley and Trace then heard shots being fired from the distance and proceeded to check the surrounding area. Unable to locate the shooter, the troopers returned to the factory to continue to process the crime scene.
Did you really? Ew. Don't you already have like 9?
Part B
Kona has like 12.
1.B. One moment.
I need to wear a mask.
Troopers O'Malley and Trace were standing outside of the factory discussing the case when Trooper O'Malley noticed a female on the rooftop opposite of the factory aiming a gun at them. The suspect then proceeded to open fire on the troopers once they noticed her. The troopers returned fire, at which point the suspect proceeded to flee from the scene. Trooper O'Malley called for backup, at which point Lieutenant Nolan returned to the factory so that she could assist the troopers in apprehending the suspect. While the suspect attempted to escape via the rooftops, troopers pursued her on the ground. Lieutenant Nolan and Trooper O'Malley were then able to locate a ladder and climbed up to reach the suspect that was hiding on the roof. Once they made it onto the roof, the suspect shot at the troopers. The troopers returned fire, at which point the suspect decided to jump off the roof. Simon Trace was on the ground and was able to intercept the suspect. After jumping from the roof, the suspect got back up and saw Simon, so she proceeded to open fire at him. Trooper Trace returned fire. Trooper O'Malley covered Trooper Trace by firing at the armed suspect since he was, moving on to Exhibit PC, on a rooftop just directly above her. The suspect was then downed. Once the suspect was downed, Trooper O'Malley called for EMS while Lieutenant Nolan administered first aid. EMS then arrived to take the suspect to hospital. Lieutenant Nolan then went to the hospital to monitor the suspect while Troopers O'Malley and Trace stayed behind to process the scene. Now the state calls Simon Trace to the stand.
I will actually object to that under the client's Fifth Amendment right.
By all means, then the state enters Simon Trace's testimony, including the interrogation C1, which I was present and administered at Mission Row PD in the presence of Becky Savage. Yeah, Gabe, would you be a doll and read Simon's statement and I'll take the transcript?
Yep. This is gonna be I'm gonna be reading from State Exhibit B.3, the statement from Simon Trace.
Take your mask off and put it in the pocket.
It is proceeds as follows. I got a message from Amaru Veracocha that she was waiting for me. I asked where, and she answered, "You know where I am." I was heading towards the Raven factory and called it over the radio that I was arriving. I went inside and saw blood drops on the ground leading inside. Also my name written in blood on the wall. I was about to clear when I heard shots fired outside of the factory. I called it over radio and went outside. I saw bullet holes in my cruiser, but no one there. As backup arrived, I was able to collect evidence and looking for bullet casings. Amaru was on the other side of the street on the roof and started firing at me. B395, Amber Nolan, and O'Malley repeat fire and tried to get on the roof. I was in a back alley while Amaru jumped off the roof. I was yelling to stop shooting, but she started and I shot back and shot her down. I was walking towards her, and then last I remember that, I was emptying my magazine. That is the end of Simon Trace's statement.
Yes, as it is attached to the case, it has been entered into evidence.
Okay.
Major Carpenter.
Exhibit C1, an interview conducted at 1:51 p.m. Eastern Time on the 27th of November in interview room 1 of MRPD. Present was Simon Trace, Becky Savage representing the defendant, and myself. The interview recording was started and subsequently transcribed by myself. Bryce Carpenter, let's get this show on the road. It is 1:51 p.m. Eastern Time, Saturday, 27th of November. Interview beginning with Major Bryce Carpenter of the San Andreas State Police, interviewing Master Trooper Simon Trace, also present his attorney. You can both state your names for the record. Becky Savage is counsel for Simon Trace, and thank you. And Simon, you're here as well. Yeah, Master Trooper Simon Trace. I said, okay, we're going to be covering the events of November 16th, I believe. Checked my phone and said the 21st on. Further notice, it was actually November 20th. My apologies, where Simon was involved with an officer-involved shooting of one Amaru Veracocha. I have a number of questions. Simon has already provided a statement to us. To start us off, I'm going to read that statement into the interrogation, so we're all clear on what it says. As we've already heard the statement, I'm not going to repeat it again. I then pick up with, okay, I have a few initial questions for Simon. He tells me to go ahead. Miss Veracocha, did she call or text you for the original message? Simon replied, she was texting me. I can get a screenshot of the whole text conversation to you. He did so. It is provided in evidence on exhibit. F4.
So noted.
I said, please, that would be very helpful, thank you. I said, secondly, when you arrived on scene and you noticed the blood and what have you, why didn't you wait for backup? He answered, I really don't know. I'm so used to what happened over there at the Raven factory, and usually there's only a scene inside with my experience of her. I said, I see, okay. He continued, so I went inside. I was looking inside and I found the stuff, and then I heard the shots fired outside, so I went outside and called for backup. I was still inside when I heard the shots and called for backup. I continued. Okay, so you come out and you see shots fired at your cruiser, I presume. We have photos of your cruiser in the case file that show bullet holes in your cruiser, and she was on the roof opposite shooting down at your cruiser. That is exhibit E9 is the photo of the police cruiser in question.
So noted.
Simon continued, so Amber and O'Malley arrived. I was starting to do forensics next to my cruiser when all of a sudden there were shots fired behind me and I turned around and saw her on the roof. O'Malley returned fire and Amber and O'Malley tried to corner her. I did the same. I went round the other side, like we were in a circle, and all of a sudden she jumped down. I saw her jump down and I was yelling at her, like I said in my statement. I told her to stop what you were doing. I was about to say, can you remember what you said to her? He said, yes. I said, Amaru, stop what you're doing, stop shooting. And she wasn't listening. She was aiming and she shot at me. I shot back, I shot her down. I was standing next to her body and the stuff happened that was in the statement. So I said, okay, I have another question. Did you hear anyone say anything, shout anything in the moments between shooting Amaru down and standing over her? No. Okay. Lieutenant Nolan stated she spoke with you at MRPD afterwards, after all the things in the hospital had happened, after it was determined that Miss Viracocha was no longer with us. Do you remember that conversation? Simon replied, yes, I remember telling Amber that I understand that she has to do her part of it, she has to do her job, and I understand what is going to happen next. She took my keycards, my badge, my service pistol, and I wasn't really blaming her for that. Okay, I said. That's helpful. It's understandable to feel a bit of anger as we treat you as a subject of an investigation, so I understand if you felt those feelings. In that conversation, she states that you said that your actions had saved many lives, including hers. Do you still believe that? Simon answered, yes. I said, I see. He said, because of her past and her company and everything she told me, yes. I can give some context to that. I said, sure, I'd like to hear your side of it. Before you do, my understanding is I believe that Miss Viracocha was contacting both you and Amber over a period of months. He replied, yes. I said, multiple phone calls, text messages, things of that nature, is that correct? He said, yes, she was literally targeting her and me specifically because she wants us to be the heroes in her story. She was telling us months ago that we will fail, and that people will die, the heroes will die, and the world will see that the heroes will fall. I think Aya put in a statement. He then started to give some context from the past. Because of the company, it's a really long story, like Elia Bassett. Amara Viracocha is part of a company that operates worldwide. They aren't recruiting, they are literally kidnapping children and making them do whatever they want, under the influence of drugs, removing parts of the brain that are to do with fight or flight, and so to make them willing to do their job as an agent to terminate people, killing people, making it look like an accident. How they reproduce their agents is very simple. They look for an agent who is already working for the company, and then they look for someone who can be, because of their intelligence. And Amara told me that that is how I was born. That's why she picked me, why she was here in the city. I asked him, so she was grooming you? He said, kind of. So she was saying, I know why you're an orphan. I asked her what she was talking about. She said, she killed my parents. One of them was an agent in her company, high ranking. Apparently, his mother was the person who developed the controlling of the other agents, removing the part of the brain and giving them drugs to make them willingly do whatever they want. I asked him how this revelation made him feel.
Excuse me.
He said, I know that I did wrong. I know I swore to protect people picking up the badge. I said, sure, but I'm deeply concerned by this revelation. He said, I know this is not bringing them back. I felt relief. From what she was telling me, she killed my parents. She killed my sister, who I didn't even know about until a few days ago. And she was telling me there were 3 graves in Liberty. She told me the places of all 3 graves. There was someone I met when I was younger. Her name was Amy. She was part of Vice City PD. She taught me all of my abilities to investigate. Your mentor, so to say. He said, yes, she was going to make her own PI firm, leaving the police force, and wanted me to work with her. One day, and this is why I wear these gloves, her car exploded. She was burned alive. I wasn't strong enough to pull her out, and I burned my hands, and that's why I always wear these fingerless gloves. I told him, and I remain true in this, that I am sorry for his loss. He thanked me and said the last thing I saw was people in trench coats on the horizon, leaving. Amaru said it was her, sending me a trophy for herself, a sound file of Amy screaming and burning to death. So I lost my parents, I lost my mentor, I lost my sister. I don't know if she's lying about that or not. My sister died not at her hands, but because she had a job to do and she failed. Maru knew about my parents. It was her who wanted me to replace her as leader. She tried to train me, but I was denying it. But don't get me wrong, there was a shootout at the swamp a few weeks earlier. I thought it was all over, but it wasn't. Then, and you have to understand me, it would never stop if she was behind bars. She could still control the company from behind bars. I know what I did. I took the opportunity and yeah. I asked him, I think I have one final question for you, Simon. Did you tell anybody about the revelations that Amaru had killed your parents? He said no, except in PD. Amber knows, Carlson knows, and that's it. I asked, to your knowledge, do you know if they reported this further up the chain? He said, I don't think so. I continued, I see. At any point were you instructed not to investigate Amaru Viracocha? He said, I was pulling myself out of this case file because I would be emotionally compromised. I pointed out that that might be the biggest understatement that I've ever heard. He said, that is why I pulled myself back, but she was still pushing me and texting me, and I was still trying to help solve this. I asked Councillor Savage if she had anything she wanted to say at this point, any advice to give to her client. Becky said that I told him it would be better in this regard to be fully transparent. I'm here, I know you wouldn't violate his rights, I'm just here to see if they're upheld. I thanked her and told her I appreciated her. Simon, I do have one more question. You said you had a moment in between shooting down Amaru and then standing over her, and then the last thing you remember is emptying your pistol into her. He said, you have to remember that all the agents have a phrase that one of you are telling you to make you completely obedient to them. In my case, it was, my little PI. Amy, my mentor, she was part of the company too. She was a contractor. But my parents made her reprogram me. That's why I was resisting. I was stuttering a lot because of that. You can ask Amber, you can ask Carlson. They know that when I was stuttering, it was something to do with what she was telling me. My parents knew how dangerous she was. So now that she's gone, the program is gone and there is no stuttering anymore. I said, okay, I think I've heard enough. Based on the investigation I've conducted and what I've heard today, Simon Trace, I'm charging with second-degree murder of Amaru Viracocha. You'll be preliminarily charged and placed before trial. Do you have anything you want to say to me before we get this processed? Only one thing, he said. Everyone knows in PD that I'm not a violent person. I was never hurting anyone. I know what I did, and I will face the consequences. Interview terminated.
Thank you, counselors.
Your Honor, for the next thing, I'm gonna ask to look to B block B.4. This is gonna be a affirmation form that I will read into evidence as well. This is from Simon Trace. Me, Simon Trace, is allowing Dr. Vanessa Shajar Amin to give all information about my therapy sessions to the police department they need, which will then bring me to the actual assessment. This is going to be B.5. It says at the top, Dr. Vanessa Shajar-Amin, Los Sanos Medical Service, El Ganav, Pillbox Hospital, Los Sanos, San Andreas, 6403078, and then her email. It is dated 21st November 2021. To whom it may concern. Subject. Dr. Vanessa Shajar-Amin engaged with Trace Simon on 11/21/21 at Parsons as part of the psychological evaluation. This was completed on 11/21/21, 8 o'clock Pacific Standard or Pacific Santos time. In summary, Simon Trace, in my professional opinion, is of sound mind. I do suggest he seeks therapy to reconcile the conflict within. If there are any other concerns, feel free to reach out to me. Sincerely, Dr. Vanessa Jaramin, Director of Mental Health Service, Los Santos Medical Service.
So noted, it is recorded on the docket.
And finally, we'll read into evidence the forensic evidence collected by Troopers O'Malley and by Trooper Trace on scene, and then later by Amber Nolan as well for the original shooting by Amara Viracocha at the police cruiser and what they discovered on the scene at the Raven factory. Not directly relevant to the actual murder scene itself, but more for context around what had been going on prior to the shooting.
With permission, Your Honor, I think we can skip that part with the simple agreement that the defense agrees that Amaru was involved in the shooting that is particularly described of shooting at Simon's cruiser.
I'm grateful for the assistance from the defense.
I think that is well established.
Okay. Anything further from the state?
No, we will allow the defense to take the floor.
Counselor Oxford, you may give your opening argument now.
The loss of life in the state is something that has been escalating in recent days and months. It is something that in one way is unavoidable, which is sad to say. In other ways, it is entirely avoidable. There will always be a call that is made in the field of whether or not a call was the right decision in the moment. There will always be troopers innumerable and medical staff innumerable who will always second guess their decisions after the fact. There will always be people struggling, looking at themselves in the mirror when the demons come at night. They will always question their actions. I believe that is exactly what has occurred here. A number of bad calls, in my own opinion, were made, and I believe that the court will find the same. Whether or not those bad calls are material to somebody having criminal intent is why we're here in this very courtroom. There is a small problem with the state's penal code, and if I may, I'll read from that right now. With regards to PC 2104 voluntary manslaughter, which is not in dispute, recklessly or accidentally kills another person with intent to physically hurt the person. PC 2102 involuntary manslaughter recklessly or accidentally kills another person. In a firefight, many of which I have been part of as my own time as a trooper back in the day, in a shootout, I am trying to disable the person, not kill them. By using my weapon, I am intending to inflict sufficient harm to get them to stop. I do not want to hurt them, but it is my only chance when they are actively shooting at me or somebody else. That is the same thing that occurs with any trooper that is engaged in a firefight. They have to inflict, sadly, sufficient harm to get the person to stop, at least even temporarily, so that they can be detained and physically restrained from continuing their actions. I believe that is exactly what occurred in this particular incident, that sufficient harm needed to be inflicted. The problem with the state's evidence is that nobody can ascertain clearly which was the fatal shot, which of these bullets actually are the ones that impacted Amaru and caused the injuries that were fatal. At this point, I'd like to call up the witnesses that were conveniently provided by the prosecution, one Dr. BJ Honeycutt.
Okay, so you're concluding your opening statement and moving to your witnesses?
Yes, please.
Absolutely. Dr. Honeycutt, will you please take the stand?
You could raise your right hand, please. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you.
Dr. Honeycutt, could you please state your name and position within the medical services of Los Santos?
Certainly. My name is Dr. BJ Honeycutt. I'm the current acting director of medicine for Los Santos Medical Services.
Thank you. With
with regards to State's Exhibit Alpha 2, a medical record, have you had a chance to look that over?
I believe that is the medical record that I entered myself. Correct, Counselor?
That would be correct. Just to be clear that this is by your own hand, is that correct?
Yes.
Just to be clear that the T2, T7 vertebrae were shattered, similar injuries to the cervical vertebrae, is that correct?
Yes, Counselor.
And do you believe that that matches the ME's report regarding the autopsy for the exact same injuries?
That is correct.
The very last line states that the patient ultimately succumbed to their injuries at 11:06. Did they succumb to their injuries while at hospital?
I can either confirm or deny when exactly they succumbed to their injuries, because the injuries that they did sustain were fatal themselves, so it could have either been... I am not comfortable making that decision.
Were they dead on arrival or were they alive?
I was struggling to maintain their pulse in the back of the ambulance.
Struggling to maintain pulse. Thank you, that's what I was looking for. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to unseal the rest of that record.
Your Honor, it's already been established that we're not unsealing it, but he can ask questions about it.
Or
Correct.
I should say unredact the rest of it.
As stated, I've kept it sealed. However, you can ask questions in regards to it, and the appropriate individuals are aware of the full testimony. I mean, the full medical record.
Dr. Honeycutt, the rest of the statement, or pardon me, the entry is redacted. Can you testify as to what that redaction contains?
May
Objection calls for narrative. Ask a
It's not a
specific question
narrative, it
about
is
what you want to
literally
ask him to.
evidence. You can read it verbatim.
You can ask him a question about what it contains, but asking him to read it out is rather going against the point of sealing it, Andre. If you wouldn't mind respecting the dead, I'd appreciate it.
To respect, Your Honor, it does contain material evidence to the defense of my client.
As I stated, you can ask direct questions of his knowledge, but we are not reading an open medical medical record.
All right, then to the best of your knowledge, Dr. Honeycutt, what does that redacted statement contain?
It was commentary by myself on the injuries sustained to the now deceased individual.
Is that all it contained?
To the best of my knowledge, that is correct. This commentary that I observed when attempting to save this individual's life and recorded, so if anyone had any questions, they would know my exact train of thought and where I was going with it.
Your Honor, could I have the counselors approach the bench in confidence and have Dr. Honeycutt step away, please?
Of course. Will you step down for just a moment, Dr. Honeycutt?
Sure.
Dr. Honeycutt, we're ready to resume questioning. Thank you. With regards to the testimony you had just stated, just for clarity to make sure that you were struggling to maintain a pulse, is that correct?
That is correct, counselor.
In your professional opinion, would this person have benefited or had the potential to benefit from life-saving surgery?
No, they would have not have.
Is that
I
the
can
commentary that you
elaborate
referenced?
if needed.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Counselor, are you aware how CPR is administered?
Yes, I am. I've administered it to myself several times.
With the injuries that the now deceased patient had suffered, it made it very hard for me to even perform CPR adequately. And if you're going to perform CPR, you have to do it the proper way, or else it does not benefit the patient at all.
But you don't mention CPR. You specifically mentioned life-saving surgery.
Well, yes, that would lead up to the life-saving surgery, counselor.
Dr. Honeycutt, could you just clarify and restate your answer in an appropriate order, please? Because even now I'm confused.
Certainly. No, I do not think the deceased would have benefited from life-saving surgery, counselor.
Thank you. Do you then agree with the ME's assessment that death was near instantaneous?
Yes, I do.
And just for clarity's sake, that ties in with your assessment and your opinion with regards to your statement that you just entered a few minutes ago orally as well as in writing with the MDT record, yes?
Objection. Could you reword that? That was really compound, I think.
In other words, do you agree with the ME's assessment that death was near instantaneous?
Yes, I do, counselor.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Counselor Oxford. Does the state have any questions for Dr. Honeycutt?
I think we do.
Yeah, I've just got one. Dr. Honeycutt, in your line of work, one of the grim duties is to make a call, to decide when it is time to stop trying, when it is time to say that this person, their story is at an end. Is that correct?
Unfortunately, yes, it is.
And all of your training and expertise is designed to determine when that judgment call should be made.
That is correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Counselor Oxford, do you have any redirect?
Yes, actually. Dr. Honeycutt, was Dr. Jace Corver a personal friend of yours?
Objection.
Relevance.
Relevance. Oh, yeah.
It's entirely relevant. It's
Mind
on the
reading.
original case filing of Amaru with second-degree murder of Dr. Jace Corver, PC 2105.
Approach the bench, please. Dr. Honeycutt, would you step down again for just a moment? My apologies. Dr. Honeycutt, once again, would you please take the stand?
Well, apparently I'm part of the jury now. I'll just restate the question for clarity, just to make sure that you understand what it says. Was Dr. Jace Corver a personal friend of yours?
He was a trusted colleague and mentor of mine, Counselor.
Thank you. No further questions.
You may step down, Doctor.
Certainly.
Any further witnesses, Counselor Oxford?
With regards to the state's exhibit, or pardon me, state witness Tegan Page and EMS, if they are still present.
You could raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you.
Tegan, can you state your full name and position with the medical services, please?
Tegan Page, paramedic with the Los Santos Emergency Medical Services.
Thank you. With regards to this particular case, do you have any idea why the state has called you as a witness?
I believe it's because I was the responding medic for the scene.
And as with regards to responding, can you briefly summarize what you observed when attending to the deceased?
When I arrived on scene, Lieutenant Nolan was attempting to administer life-saving care to the patient. Would you like me to go through the whole scene in detail?
No, just summarize, please.
The patient had 13 wounds as a result of gunshots, apparently, and I attempted to treat them. Sorry, I haven't been called as a witness before. I'm a little nervous.
It's okay. Just breathe. Go slowly.
I attempted to stabilize the patient as best I could with assistance from Lieutenant Nolan, who was administering CPR to the best of her ability. The patient had several wounds to the upper abdomen, as many of which were bubbling out blood, and she had no pulse, was not responsive to breathing, and so I made the decision to transport her to the hospital as quickly as possible to give her the best possible chance of survival. But as I stated, she had no pulse and was not breathing on scene, and did not regain a pulse of her own power during the course of my treatment with her.
So you stated several wounds on the abdomen, is that correct?
Yeah, it's roughly 13 open wounds were counted at the time.
Tegan, understanding that you're not a doctor, roughly where are the C2 and C7 vertebrae on the person's body?
They comprise the spine. I couldn't say with specific to which area of the spine, but I know it's, I believe it's the upper part.
The upper part, would that constitute the neck or somewhere else?
I would say that it is between the neck and the lower back.
Thank you. So just to be clear, with regards to your written testimony, you state that there was no pulse, is that correct?
This is correct.
Did you hear Dr. Honeycutt's testimony a few minutes ago?
I did.
Did you hear Dr. Honeycutt state that the pulse was unable to be maintained?
Yes, so
Objection.
what that means is...
relevance.
Just making sure that everybody has their ducks in a row there, Trooper.
I will allow the answer, but I will note the objection.
So my understanding of what that means is, in a medical term, she would not have a pulse on her own unless she was receiving compressions to the chest, which means she was not able to maintain her own pulse.
Correct. And just to be clear, that is effectively dead, correct?
Yes, basically. Although brain activity is the true measure, there was no way of ascertaining that on scene.
Of course, fair enough. And with regards to your testimony, 13 gunshot wounds, do you agree with the ME's report that they are 8 gunshot wounds, or do you still stand by your testimony?
I don't believe one invalidates the other. They're wounds as a result of gunshots, they're just not directly bullet wounds.
Fair enough.
Whoever
no
that
further
is,
questions.
20,000. Thank you, Councillor Oxford. Does the state have any questions for Tegan?
No, merely a comment to thank him for his attempts to save Miss Viracocha's life.
Thank you, sir. You can step down now. Councillor Oxford, do you have any further witnesses?
I do, ironically. Major Bryce Carpenter.
You could raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Until my dying breath.
Thank you.
Major, just a really simple question. Why are you on the witness list for the state?
Objection. Relevance.
It's fine, Gabe. I'll indulge the question. Very simply, to put all the ducks in a row, Andre, as you stated just a moment ago. If you look at Exhibit C2, you will see that I provided an affirmation form confirming that the transcript in C1 that I read into the docket earlier was a true transcript of what occurred in that interview. I've placed myself available as a witness in case you had any questions about the veracity of that transcript.
I do have one question.
Additionally, I was also the author of the photographs in Exhibit D.
Oh, thank you. That's helpful. With regards to the transcript itself, did Councillor Savage at any point offer any counsel to her client other than what is already stated in the transcript?
She had a moment, several moments in fact, to consult with Simon prior to going into the interrogation room, and indeed arrived with him voluntarily as he turned himself in for the interrogation.
Perfect. That is music to my ears. Thank you. That's all I have.
Do you have any questions for Major Carpenter? Gabe? Councilor?
Yeah. Let me think how to phrase this. Actually, I don't think I need to ask it. Is or the writing of the interview, I believe, was not in question. Its validity. Sorry.
It was not. You may step down, Major.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Councillor Oxford, do you have anything further?
Yeah, one last question for Tegan, actually, and then I believe if we could take a couple minutes to formulate closing statements, then we can wrap this all up.
You may recall the witness. Remember that you are still under oath.
Tegan, with regards to your testimony that was written after it had been written itself, were you ever approached by PD or anyone else and asked questions about your statement?
Nope.
Did any member of PD or any other practicing attorney in the state give you any advice as to attending court today?
Objection relevance? Uh,
Well, he seemed rather nervous. I'm just seeing if he had counsel.
Sustained.
Last question. At what point did you come to find out that you were being summoned as a witness today?
Can I check my phone to see the date of the text? It was, I think, roughly a week.
A week? Well, that's fine, if that's your honest belief.
6 days ago, so almost a week.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. You may step down. We will take a 5-minute recess for both the state and the defense to formulate any changes or their closing statements. If you need to eat or drink, please do so now. If you stay in the courtroom, please make sure you whisper.
Your Honor, if we may, defendant and I, if we could use chambers.
You may.
Thank you. On to you.
Stretch my legs for a minute.
Honestly, pretty fine. It's not that
I have no idea.
Where did you all go? Where did you all go?
I think so.
I mean, I know why he did it.
Under BJ's skin.
So here's the thing, right? I don't know how to put this.
You could like imply that like he's
basically
serious because Jason, you know.
That's about right. Was an individual that was potentially, killed by this person. And so there's this person on his operating table who is practically dying.
Jesus Christ. And have multiple statements saying that death was instantaneous. I just think it was more of a
Wait, what?
But
Well, and that's the thing, is it
Okay,
totally can be seen that way, but it's what he's
Sure,
trying to
please
he's
save me.
basically doing what a good lawyer's doing. He's trying to cast enough doubt through reason that Trace did not try to kill somebody else could have actually been the one that was doing the killing, and that he was out of line in what he did, but I don't know.
Shut up so I can hear your closing argument.
I know.
I don't like any of these.
I know you don't.
Especially Ben.
I know, I'm a big stinker.
The court knows that you
Yeah,
love.
so that part will be after, because it is not to
Let it be
No,
known
bitch.
for the record that Becky has admitted being stinky.
influence you.
I'm gonna
I would probably just write them down. Is the best suggestion. Yeah, we'll be able to do that in the chamber.
These are the closing statements, so. I mean, we're about to do closing statements, so you might want to come back here because then we'll do the verdict and shit.
Brian doesn't work at a bakery. He doesn't know how to make bread.
She said he's a busy bee.
My sister just doesn't leave me. She calls me at 5 a.m. in the fucking morning. Calls me, it's like, we gotta watch this court case, we gotta watch this court case. The whole time we're here, I'm bored. Oh my god, I'm tired, I'm falling asleep. Leaves me to go to bed. I mean, what about me?
Oh
After all that drool that you were putting on her arm, I can see why you were thirsty.
Oh my god.
You were. That's why your sister left. You were drooling all over.
Please whisper in the courtroom. I don't care who's drooling over who.
There's fucking snow on the ground.
Huh?
Repair kitchen apartment.
And Fud.
I haven't quite started back up, but I'm sorry, Dad, I didn't hear. I didn't hear you. Mm.
Thank you so much for your yours. I'm so excited. This one made the noise. No. I think she might be right, actually.
I look forward to being pampered by another dead Vaughn. You have so many good, like, unrelated catch lines you can have for, like, advertisement.
We're literally behind the scenes working stuff because I have to figure out like the logo and like set the concept. I have like I'm trying to get shade names. I'm trying to do all these things. I'm just like I'm one person. I'm one person.
What
and
the
you know I
fuck?
have a plan and I have advice
I
for
think
it, but
it's just
nobody
me.
really gets it. Like
You're not cold.
cold on the inside, darling.
Welcome back. I will call court to order. Friendly reminder, interrupt proceedings and you get a $20,000 contempt charge, including the metal detector. Counselors, if the state would like to begin their closing argument.
Very well. The oath of the San Andreas trooper is dear to me and to all who wear the badge. On my honor, I will never betray my badge, my integrity, my character, or the public trust. I will always have the courage to hold myself and others accountable for our actions. I will always uphold the Constitution, my community, and the agency I serve. Simon Trace betrayed his badge, his integrity, the public trust, and his character when he murdered Amaru Viracocha. He decided that the principles of due process, equal protection, and natural justice meant nothing.
Can you move, please?
He tried to justify it to himself and to me as a necessary act, the only way to stop Miss Viracocha. The breathtaking arrogance of that statement breaks my heart. The victim in this case was accused of an array of heinous crimes, 10 counts of first-degree murder to name but a few. But due to the choices made by the defendant, we will never know the truth. Her alleged victims will never receive the justice they deserved. Miss Viracocha died an innocent woman in the eyes of the law. That should not have been the case, but the defendant chose to steal as well as to murder. He stole the truth from us. He stole justice from her alleged victims, and he stole her life. The facts have been laid before you today by my co-counsel. The truth of the matter is simple and straightforward. Simon Trace, while acting as a San Andreas state trooper, did shoot and disable a threat to public safety, in accordance with laws. As directly witnessed by Lieutenant Amber Nolan, he then broke those laws. While Miss Viracocha lay at his feet, expecting compassion, and professionalism and mercy, Simon Trace delivered anger and vengeance instead. He severed his oath as violently as his bullets split Miss Verkoch's spine. He murdered an innocent woman. He did so in full knowledge of his actions, in full control of his choices. He has stated twice that he is prepared to accept the consequences, but that he would do it again given the chance. While it is likely that the deceased was personally responsible for much of the suffering in the defendant's life, that does not and cannot ever justify the actions he took on that fateful November day. Unlike the defendant, I do have the courage to hold myself and others accountable for our actions. And so the state calls for the maximum punishment permissible under the law. Simon Trace is a thief, a murderer, and an oath breaker. May the time he spends in jail give him enough to reflect on the awful nature of his acts and to find his way to repentance. The state rests.
Thank you. Counselor Oxburg, your closing statement.
We have heard compelling testimony from multiple members of PD who wish to paint a narrative. We have also heard compelling testimony from medical staff who wish to paint a narrative. The fact of the matter is that there were 3 troopers on duty that fateful day. Lieutenant Nolan, Simon Trace, and Ryan O'Malley, who couldn't be with us today. Any number of them could have fired a fatal shot towards Amaru. Any number of the bullets exchanged, even Amaru's own in a possible ricochet, could have caused the wounds. Any number of possible outcomes could have occurred. The interesting problem that the PD faces is that the Penal Code does not provide a particular charge that is iron-proof when their officers are involved in a shooting, and there have been many the last year. At no point in time has there ever been a tribunal or whatever this is with regards to the panel sitting in the jury box. Normally those affairs, just like their internal affairs investigations, are private matters. Normally what happens, SOPs cannot be questioned by any member of the public. Normally what happens in an autopsy is it is done by the ME without any PD present and uninfluenced. The PD set out to prove a narrative. A bad call was made in the field, and in order to save face with everything that has gone on over the last several months, they have chosen to take one of their own and throw them under the bus. They have chosen to sacrifice him to the court of public opinion as well as this very court in order to save their own integrity. They speak of duty, of honor, of integrity, and yet it was in this very courtroom where statements were made of going on strike. That is not something of integrity or professionalism. What has occurred here is the tribunal is apparently already decided. You have heard it from Major's own mouth that Simon Trace is a thief and a murderer. They have already decided that is a bad faith negotiation, and I am appalled that they would bring that into this very courtroom and ruin the sanctity of these walls. I'm appalled by the conduct of the troopers also prosecuting this case, attempting to paint Simon as some sort of vigilante or degenerate, when the reality is that Amaru Verkova targeted, calculatedly so, multiple people. By Lieutenant Nolan's own words, just because somebody is on the ground injured does not mean that they are no longer a threat. In that split-second moment, Simon had a choice to take somebody's life and uphold his job to save his life and those around him from an imminent threat, or to continue, and he had to. It's an impossible scenario. A split second's hesitation could mean that we have another officer in a body bag in the morgue. A split second hesitation means that we have other people in the morgue from the public. A split second hesitation means that we have another fleeing felon who is armed and dangerous at loose. Any number of possible outcomes. The reality is that no conclusive evidence was proven. None of the forensics of the bullets that were recovered physically match Simon's gun. None of them match his fingerprints. All that we know is that 8 shots impacted Amaru and sadly took her life. That is the unfortunate circumstance when somebody continuously and repeatedly takes violent and extreme acts. They may survive a shootout today or tomorrow or the next week, but sooner or later, somebody will lose their life. That is the nature of guns. It is unfortunate that anybody is on the receiving end, and even more unfortunate that somebody is lampooned as some sort of evil tyrant. I rest, Your Honor.
Thank you. I will be taking a 10-minute recess to make my verdict. However, I would also like it noted by the court clerk that as far as the court is concerned, everyone that is in attendance today is citizens of San Andreas, as well as the San Andreas State Police. However, it is not affiliated with any type of tribunal or anything of that nature. We will uphold the sanctity of this courthouse and this courtroom and my verdict. So I want that recorded. Court is in recess. We'll be back, Lewin.
10-minute recess and then we'll find out the verdict.
Andre's first time in court. Prosecution
It goes up as well. Fuck this.
She's not here. Does that mean we can yell now?
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, Bryce. I think Andre won it for us.
Bryce, you want to pull my name up because you're going to have to do the court check. So loud. I could afford 3 contempt
Oh,
charges, and if this
yeah.
motherfucker keeps running his mouth, I will say something.
So we're going to tap up Ralph McDougan. He's got like 1.2 million updates to this on Twitter, so you can back roll us, I mean, he got charged 170k in contempt and arson fines the other day from court, so I figured he can chip in.
Fuck you, Danny. Yeah.
Hey,
I can't believe Andrew Upford thinks it's inevitable that police will kill people. I mean, my word.
man, I can't believe we didn't do forensics. It's not like everyone admitted to the shooting.
It's not like we had, had direct eyewitness testimony that he waited until she was down and shot her in the chest.
You guys did great.
So much for that oath of professionalism, huh?
Suck my ass,
That didn't take
Oxburg.
long. Yeah, case in point, that didn't take long. Thanks, Barb.
I don't care.
Lieutenant Gordon.
Killed 2 old guys in a strip club.
Apologize to the council.
I am so sorry for my inappropriate actions.
Sorry.
You can say as much inappropriate things as you want to me, Barb.
Okay, Danny.
Just making up funny.
I'm literally a hair's breadth away from going Mr. G and trailer park on him.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that a criminal threat? Boy, it's great that we have officers who can place charges. Oh, they won't.
Oxford, shut your goddamn trap. You are not on the stage right now.
You're so loud.
I rest my case.
I mean, you don't rest your case. Your professionalism called to question as well, Oxford.
Okay, I'll tell him.
So it's amusing to watch the police. You are held to a standard too. Don't forget that.
Maybe everybody should stop while they're fucking ahead.
Yep, kind of agree with that statement.
How are you holding?
I'm not.
Alicia, I love you.
I wouldn't either, honestly.
But I'm here for Simon because he's always supported this family.
Yeah.
No one else wanted to.
Oh, got a question for you. Well, I'll ask you about it later. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Oh, hey, Barb,
no
is
fear
it true
here.
that you're hosting a event at your restaurant after everything's done?
Yo, hashtag ad. What the fuck?
Oh no, I said it because I knew she wasn't, and I was just gonna make her have to do an event because that'd be funny.
Good prank. Okay.
How is this still going on? This is crazy.
Hey Bryce, I have a question. Why does Andre wear sunglasses with both eyes if he has an eye patch?
That's a really bad question.
One-sided sunglasses, Gabe.
Sorry, I was shouting. My bad, man.
I think that's your natural voice.
Does Oxburg wink or blink?
It'd still be called blinking. Medically speaking.
And what about Mike Wazowski?
Mike Wazowski is
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The state rests its case, Your Honor.
Anyway, I'll try again. If you write -1, I'm gonna go kiss Gabe in the fucking lips.
Call me fatty. Call me fatty.
God, is it hot in here? I'm sweating.
I
like a
saw
fucking
you,
pig.
fatty.
What the fuck is happening?
Oh, damn it. No.
Oh.
Their spot. What the fuck is this?
Yo, what up, besties?
Took my spot. Took my spot.
What?
Who's that?
Hi.
Who's that?
Hey, what's up, man?
She fell asleep. She said she
Hey,
was
where's
tired.
Chiba? I
Barb,
haven't
don't
seen
do
him
it.
in, like,
Barb,
3
don't
weeks,
do
man.
it.
Dead.
You could go around. Bro.
Damn it,
Bro.
Barb. Damn it, Barb.
Bro.
Yeah, I know.
Barb. Oh my god, she's fucking dead. Oh, she's fine. I heard you laugh at it from across the fucking room, Barb.
Laugh at what?
Literally.
I don't even
Do
fuck
that,
with
Barb.
me.
Did you fix that?
Yeah, but she would have left.
Are they part of the gang?
Who?
I'm gonna shut up before I get a contempt charge.
That guy wants to be part of the gang.
She ain't here. She can't hear shit.
There's still a court clerk here.
Oh, that's Kate House? Hold on. Watch out.
I fucking hate you. Fucking stupid idiot. He's literally jumping.
You just jumped over
He's-
everyone and said, I'm sorry.
Did everybody in my
You're embarrassing me.
When it didn't happen, you literally called me a Terminator.
Yeah, I stepped on her face.
Doesn't sound like me. No.
If I didn't make her hurt.
I'll tell him that shit back
Too
when I
weak
had to
for
help you.
pizza.
I had to help you, yeah, there's one
Get
time
the
you
fuck
made
off
me
my lap,
shut
bro.
down MITD.
You ain't that fucking close.
Remember that?
My bad, dog. I wasn't thinking.
I'll make you lose
Listen,
another
Panther
tooth. Shut
just
up.
wants to know you better.
Yeah, you can suck my left fucking nut before that happens.
I once though, honestly.
Hey, you guys, everyone has to respect Klaus here, man. He's the
No.
epitome of
Who?
calm underlord.
I don't know who the fuck Klaus is.
This man in red.
Who?
Who? There's owls in this
Owls
courthouse.
Right here, yeah.
You must respect him.
If you don't stop pushing me, I'm gonna fucking hurt
Stop
you.
fucking pushing me, woman.
Oh my god.
Can't anymore.
I'm standing right here. I'm done sitting. I'm done.
I'm fucking done.
Only cool people stand.
Yeah, I'm standing.
Ice, fuck off. Push me one
Now,
more.
granted, my leg fell asleep 30 minutes ago, so.
No, you fuck yourselves, okay? All of you.
Ice, I will fucking drag your ass outside and stab you.
You're not gonna meet?
Ice.
Oh, yeah? Hey, listen, man, I know what you've done, but I can't sing details for you.
I mean, honestly, I'm.
When you're around for some fun, every time I wake up, there's no one around. We can find it fun.
Gabe.
Hold on.
Maybe like Tuesday or something.
Excuse me. Yeah, your throat.
Jump.
Fuck yourself.
Jump. Jump the other way. There you go.
Excuse me.
Hmm?
We don't have a problem here. Yeah, what?
You're in front. Like I'm trying to look at my boyfriend, but you're in the way.
Oh, I'm in the way.
Honestly, get fucked.
You lot have issues.
Fuck you.
You lot have a fuckload of issues.
So who's the guy in the red, by the way?
It's Klaus. Klaus Paper Coochie or something like that.
Paper coot. Okay, nope.
Have you tested
Nope.
that theory, Ice?
What?
Yeah, in the cells I have.
Yeah. Was it very thin? And,
He's a pretty notorious
Shut up.
criminal. Go have a problem here or what?
Yeah. Like I said, what was the problem?
Can you guys take your problem outside?
No.
Listen, just Birdie, you just need to stab him, and then just, then he'll be on the ground and you'll be out your way.
My neighbor's in the car.
Well, then take him outside and then stab him.
Okay, one sec. Yeah.
Come
on.
Nope.
Excuse me, sorry.
Watch him get charged for kidnapping.
From a logistical standpoint,
And go scoot over.
Stay the fuck away from my lap, Panto.
Maybe I should sit in the middle of all of this.
This bitch is embezzling right now?
It's not illegal to fucking order canines.
What's in here, all the way over here.
What, you're a little
The justice fell asleep. She'll be waking up momentarily, and then she'll be out here to read the verdict.
Bro, honestly, same.
We ain't gonna be able to feed, house, and train 18 canines, Barb.
Speak for yourself.
You better post that shit on Twitter.
Are they not called that anymore?
Yo, post that shit on Twitter before, you change your fucking mind.
Dog children, Barb? Is that what is happening
Because
here?
I want to be annoying.
Oh, well, you're not supposed to call them in public. Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was it?
Yo, what up, homie?
Yo.
Yo, homie, what up?
Who the fuck is that?
I don't know.
Yo, Bubbles, what's up? Let's see, we're about to get a verdict.
I should go do something for that.
That's not bad.
No, I remember Bauer.
Fuck off.
I was gonna say who the fuck is Bauer, but then I remember who that was.
What?
Birdie be like, you know what I'm saying?
Do that one. Do that one.
What about I make animal sounds when you guys have to get animal?
Fuck what you smoking?
You're spitting facts.
I almost said it. Thought crossed my mind.
3, take it or leave it.
I am calling court back to order.
Fucking Jesus. I called it too. I fucking called it.
As I have reviewed the facts in this case, the testimonies that were presented, as well as all of the evidence that was submitted, I would like to address 2 things that was brought up by the state specifically. They brought up Tennessee versus Garner and Graham versus Connor. And for those that are unaware of what that is, I want this onto the record to explain my ruling. Tennessee Garner ruled that under the 4th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, a police officer may use deadly force to prevent the escape of a fleeing suspect only if the officer has a good faith belief that the suspect poses a significant threat of death or serious physical injury to the officer or others. And Graham versus Connor, the holding of the case is a claim of excessive force by law enforcement during an arrest, stop, or other seizure of an individual is subject to the objective reasonableness standard of the 4th Amendment, rather than a substantive due process standard under the 14th Amendment. In other words, the facts and circumstances related to the use of force should drive the analysis, rather than any improper intent or motivation by the officer who used force. However, it does state, in deciding whether an officer used excessive force in a certain situation, a court should consider similar factors to those described in Tennessee versus Garner. These include the severity of the crime, any threat posed by the individual to the safety of officers or other people, and whether the individual is trying to flee or resist arrest. Based on the evidence provided, the testimonies provided, I do not believe that once Miss Amaru was incapacitated, that she was indeed trying to flee or resist arrest. She was incapacitated when Lieutenant Nolan came around the corner and saw Master Trooper Trace emptying his magazine into the victim. Yes, being an officer is truly scary and comes under a lot of fire and is very dangerous. However, it is inexcusable that an officer of the law, whether there is a loss in memory or not, empties his entire gun into an individual that is lying on the ground. It was given in testimony by Lieutenant Nolan that it's possible that someone on the ground could reach for a weapon, etc. However, you also have to look at the reasonable standard of force and whether or not they're capable of doing such. It is my determination that Miss Amaru was indeed dead on the scene, regardless of whether or not EMS or Dr. Honeycutt was able to get a pulse by their own probing of the heart. Therefore, I find that Simon Trace is indeed responsible for the death of Miss Amaru and second-degree murder. I don't know specifically, it was not premeditated, but based on the acts of this individual towards his friends, his family, his colleagues, I do indeed believe, whether he blacked out or not, he intended to not allow her to ever harm anyone again. Therefore, I do find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder and will receive the max penalty of 2,115 months and 5,000 in fine due to the fact that they've already served 45 months and 30,000. Court is adjourned. I will allow PD to use chambers in order to do the sentencing and everything in that nature, as long as Mr. Trace's counsel is present.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Audible gasp.
Sheesh, that's crazy. I would have shot that bitch too.
Before they use chambers.
Free the homie Simon.
Hell yeah, brother.
Shee. Let's all go visit Simon in jail.
Free Simon.
Let's go have fun now.
Okay. Let's
Free
go.
Simon.
Please charge him.
Is drunk as fuck.
I will not
Where's the
allow
charge? Where's the sentence?
behavior.
Justice for Simon.
Not. For that particular case, 25,000.
Can we talk about how she was yelling at us from inside not to set off the metal detector like we were gonna set it off when we were already inside?
Fucking reeks, and I think it's that fucking gun.
You wanted to speak to Shauna? Hello, you wanted to speak to Shauna? You have done?
I've said what I needed to say. Are you traumatized?
Can I be put down?
Like being was waiting for me to give the next joke call.
More in private. It's probably away from wherever we are, because I can still hear people.
Take her to the corner.
Why do I have to take her?
You can just hold my hand.
I mean, she was the one that was carrying you, just dropped you right there. There we go. All right. What sad news do you have to tell me? Because I've already gotten some sad news today.
What sad news have you got?
That Hella is leaving effective Saturday's meeting.
As will I.
Ah, come on!
For medical reasons.
Okay.
We're getting a second opinion, but it seems I am registered as legally blind.
How did that happen?
So that coma left, I had hypoxia, which left damage on the occipital lobe. I accidentally hit my head yesterday with everything that happened with Sydney. It made the damage worse. I can't drive. I can't. I can't do something like medical anymore.
Yeah, I understand. You're leaving me with these people.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. I'm going to Fiji with the rest of the family until Friday, and I'll be back.
Yeah, I got your text about that. I understand.
Hi. Vanessa as well.
What about Vanessa?
We'll be leaving on Saturday.
Oh, for the love of God.
No, I understand. It's okay.
The question is, who becomes the next chief of EMS?
Well, not only that, what happens to mental health as well?
Command never cared about the mental health department.
I know, but there are still people there, and that's still their livelihood.
There's potentially somebody coming in, but the death of Sydney and it was hard, but lack of eyesight is even it's worse.
Mm-hmm. Well, you just need to focus on you, like I told Ella, and just focus on you getting better and adjusting to that, and we will, we'll see what happens over here.
Yeah. But
I'll try to keep it going as best I can, but if command decides to dismantle it, there's not really much I can say.
I'm sorry.
You have nothing to apologize for. You've done everything you could, and you've done a tremendous amount for us and for EMS and for mental health, and it just seems like I've noticed for a while that we're kind of like left out of a lot of stuff, and it is what it is.
I would like you to become the next chief, but I'm not gonna force it on you. But at minimum, I would like you to take X-Ray 0. It's not a command sign that is given purely to the chief, it is just a command sign. It is a call sign that is given to people, person to person.
I would be honored to take that.
I will leave it up to you and Blake how you want to go about it. I have yet to tell Blake. I will this Saturday.
You'll probably be telling him the same time. I don't think I'll be making the afternoon meeting, so I'll definitely be in the morning one.
Okay.
But yeah, you need to focus, like I said, on you, and you need to help them and everything. I'll try to keep our little ragtag group of duckies in line.
There's some good souls in there.
Yeah, there are, and they're dropping like flies, unfortunately.
But I want to make that. I won't be announcing it until the evening meeting to the rest of the staff.
I know. I won't tell anybody.
There are a few people that know, but hardly anyone from EMS. So we can have that conversation in the morning meeting.
Okay.
But all of the Thank you for being so supportive.
You've always been like a sister to me. I mean, we came up the ranks together. So it's gonna be tough not seeing you all the time.
I'll probably do some running. There's not many state jobs I can actually do in this state without driving.
I mean, can't you help Ella with her store or whatever she's got? Restaurant?
I have to learn how to use half the devices that are available to me.
True.
That's why I didn't know you were in the court.
Well, now I know why. I was like, my bright red hair, I'm surprised you couldn't see.
Yeah. We can make that decision and then... I have an idea who would be good for another deputy chief. But at the same time, I want you to... It will be yours or Blake's department.
Yeah, we can think about that when that happens.
I'm not informing anyone or nothing. Not at the moment.
I understand.
After months and months and months of stuff. Thank you.
I'll always be here, so just shoot me a text and stuff.
Yeah. I will. I may make the decision to just move out of state, go spend time with my mother. I need to learn how to function being like this.
We could get you a seeing eye dog.
You mean a guide dog?
Well, yeah, the same thing. Alright, well. I think Hayden is awake asking for keys.
Yeah.
So I'll go give her those. So we can bring you back over to them.
Thank you. I'm able to see blocky things, but it's mainly light or dark.
Alright, I'm bringing her back to you. I have to go give Hayden some keys.
Okay.
Thank you for everything, Sean.
Yeah, I'll miss all of you.
I'll miss you too.
You're a very good bean.
You're a good leader, Shauna.
It has been a privilege working under you.
Oh, people ain't gonna like me if I'm in charge, trust me.
Maybe that's what they
They're
need.
gonna be like, oh, why can't we have Aya back?
Maybe that's what they need, exactly.
I don't know. Well, I gotta go find out where Hayden is.
Okay. Let me walk.
You ready? Watch the stairs.
Thank you. How many?
1, 2, you're on the third, keep going. 4, keep going. Last one. And again. 1, 2, 3. Go. Any preference on cars?
Where are you?
Right here. Walk forward. Walk forward. Okay. I'm right here.
Okay.
Okay.
We can take the
Do you have-
Toros.
If you want to. Okay. Do you want to give me a key? Okay.
I probably need to unlock it.
The door is right in front of you.
Thank you.
There you go.
I'll probably give away all but 3 of my vehicles. And the Assayer, because I can't get rid of the Assayer.
Alright.
This, the Hakachiro, and the Carbonaris.
I'll eventually have my Mamba shipped to Minnesota.
Should we take this one as well so that we have something to drive over ground and such?
I think so. In Rachel's SUV, probably.
And the Neon.
Indeed. Definitely need the larger cars for the baby seat one day.
Yeah.
Are you ready to be an auntie, are you? Gonna be a wonderful British old lady.
She technically already is, isn't she?
Well, kind, yes. But from baby, it's a different story.
True.
Teach her how to have tea parties. And we can teach her about all the good snacks from back home.
I have achieved my 1 car goal,
which is
setting the cruise control to 69.
You are very much my daughter.
Jay just feels like a slap in the face.
It does.
A bit. It felt like execution in a court case.
Honestly, the behaviour of the police department in that courtroom was deplorable.
The fact that they turn their back so easily on one of their own.
Sydney would be disgusted to see them this way.
There's so many voices. It's really hard to distinguish one.
Can't help but know which one's Barb.
That one's really easy. Carpenter has a very distinguished voice too.
How long did that last?
3 hours?
3 hours easily. And we are home.
Jacob said he was coming up.
Okay.
I'm gonna go inside. You'll stay with her?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Curtis.
Got nothing to be sorry for. We're both broken-hearted, my darling. This is what life has dealt us. We'll get through it.
I know.
I'll see you on the plane in a little while. I love you.
I love you too.
Not gonna lie, it's gonna be interesting leaving everything behind.
I missed that.
I said it's going to be interesting leaving everything behind. Job-wise, anyway. Jacob's approaching, don't be alarmed.
Hey guys.
Hey.
How y'all doing?
Doing okay.
About as good as we can be.
Fair. Feel like we're all kind of in a state like that past couple days. Like I've said 1,000 times, if you guys ever need anything, you got my number, so.
I was going to ask you to do something. I no longer have the energy or the will.
Can I ask what it was?
It was... I had reason to believe that... Reason to believe that BJ was hiding things from me. Quite adamantly.
What kind of things?
Plans that he was associating with people. There's a reason why I gathered Piper as a retainer. For example, today he just committed perjury up on the stand. I can't say why, but he did.
If it's something you still want to pursue, we can do that.
I
Doesn't
don't
have
have
to
the
be right
money.
now. Who said I'd be charging you?
Nobody would believe you.
Why's that?
What's your email?
I'll send you one. Hold on. There you go.
I've reported crimes to PD and nothing has come of it.
Yeah, I've heard bits and pieces through the grapevine.
It's not going to achieve anything.
Well, you always have my number, and if for any reason at some point you want to pursue that, you just let me know, okay?
I will. I'm going to be stepping down from EMS.
Really?
Sydney has caused a big hole in my heart, but
yeah,
I cannot see. I can see very, very little. Everything is just blocks of black and white for me. Maybe some variations in grey. I know there is a darker block just there and a few darker blocks there.
It's all hazy.
It's not even hazy, it's just blocks. There's a block behind me, a dark block, with some lighter greyer parts. I know it's the house. There's a block to our left, just a black block, well, a grey block. And there's a long black block to our right. The rest is just white, hazy, and white and greys. And I can try taking the sunglasses off, but the light just gives me such a headache.
No, don't do that. Has there been any I'm not aware of anything that happened, so is there a plan?
It was brain damage.
Okay.
There's not much that can be done for brain damage. Lilith, my doctor.
Could you excuse me for 1 sec? Sorry, it's an important
Okay.
phone call. Yeah, give me 1 sec, sorry.
It's okay.
I need to be in my head for like 10 minutes, well, maybe 5 minutes, if that's okay.
That's okay. What's wrong?
Hmm?
What's wrong?
I a call from Piper, and then when I stood up to answer it, she hung up, and then when I called her back, she didn't answer. So I don't know. I just told her I'll call her back in a second.
You can give her a phone call.
Hmm?
You can give her a phone call.
She didn't answer when I called her back, so I don't know. It was weird. But this is more important right now, so. But whatever did happen, sorry. Things can be pretty tough. Stuff like that.
Yeah, Liv's gonna send over the reports over to another neurologist, but it probably won't change.
We don't know that. Still got stuff to figure out, so.
The MRI will show the extent of the damage.
Yeah. There she is.
Go and answer it.
Hey, sorry about that.
What did she want?
It's a work thing that she asked me about. Asking if I had any updates on it for her, and gave her a small tidbit, but nothing crazy.
I'm gonna find out what I'm gonna be able to do here. It's not gonna be a lot.
Well, like any obstacle, anything, just take it one step at a time.
Yeah.
Just focus on what's right in front of you, not what's on the horizon.
Well, I can't focus on much.
Might have been bad wording, I'm sorry.
Well, Lilith said this morning that somebody was outside the OR room waiting to see me. So it's gonna be bad terminology, and I think it's just something that's gonna have to be laughed at.
You know, if you can laugh at stuff like this, then that's most of the puzzle put together, you know. I can't tell you when I was in the hospital and I couldn't walk how many jokes I made about myself having Joe Swanson legs, so. How's Nessa and Rachel and Candace doing?
Devastated.
Say again?
Devastated.
Yeah. I could imagine. Knowing how tight-knit those four were. I can only imagine. Yeah, I'm not super close to a Candace or Rachel. Really, I don't even think I have their numbers, so I'd you know, offer condolences, but I don't have their number. I'm sure Vanessa relayed the message, so. How you doing, Ella? Well, she's spaced out.
She
You okay?
she said that she was gonna be the thing.
Oh, okay.
Just some alarming texts.
Anything to be a cause for concern? Also understand if it's not something you're comfortable talking with me about. I get that.
I'm not allowed.
It's okay. Well, I hope it's as okay as it can be.
I may need to call someone.
No, that's okay. I actually need to go run and talk to someone before they end up deciding to pass out. So yeah, I wanted to try to touch bases with you a little bit and just see how you're doing. So, if you need anything, just let me know, okay?
Okay.
See you around. When
See
she
you.
comes back to the land of the living, let her know I said bye.
Don't you dare call me that shit again.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What about Aurora? Is she okay?
She's a bit banged up. That's what you get when you kind of have a little bit of an anger problem.
Don't hurt
That's what
her.
happens when you get interrogated by PT.
Don't.
Even though the explicit rules were not to contact them. And yet, here we...
I didn't contact anyone. Where is she? Please. Take me to her. Let me check her injuries. I can't see anything. I can't see anything, so I wouldn't be able to tell. You'd be safe in reassuring that I wouldn't know where we are. Please. Please. I think you need a cough drop if you're speaking. I can't hear you. Mr. Puzzle,
Miss Marks,
did you hear what I said?
I did. But that's what you get when someone gets angry after being interrogated by a bunch of police officers. Did you really think I'd enjoy talking to them? Or, well, rudely? No matter, it wasn't you, it was the wolf. It's been taken care of, nothing to worry about. And if I'm...
Let me check her over. Please.
Central Hospital. You might want to go there then.
I'm up at the lighthouse. I can send you a ping where I am.
You might want to go to Central Hospital because I'm not going to be coming there. She won't be going there either. TikTok,
Please,
Mr. Mark.
please, I
Oh, Miss
can't
Mark.
drive. I can't drive. I
Then
literally
ask someone to drive you.
I literally can't see anything. Let me check her over.
It is out of my hands.
But you said she's not there. Let me check her over, please.
No. No. Your time.
I can't see anything. Let me. I wouldn't know where we are. Please let me check her
No.
over.
If you want to check her over, you can go to Central Hospital yourself. I take it that's where she'd be transported to.
Is she going to Central?
Probably.
Okay.
But you might want to be quick.
Why? What did you do to her?
Nothing too bad. I just hope she enjoyed the cold, the nightmare fuel that she was on.
How do I know that you don't have someone else, that this isn't a trick?
Because I wouldn't lie, Miss Marks. But you see, I have nothing to lose. But Rudy, oh poor Rudy, has his body to lose. Time just keeps on ticking. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock.
Give me a moment. I'm sorry. I need to think. Mr. Puzzle?
Yes.
Have you got anyone else?
No, well, only if you count poor old Rudy.
Are you threatening to... Are you threatening to, hurt Rudy?
No, no, only to put him in a place where he'll cap. No.
And why do you still want me to... Do you still want me to come on Saturday?
We'll see, we'll see. I have no idea what will happen yet. You see, this is probably the last time that I'll be here doing things.
That you'll behave?
No, I'm not gonna behave. Not even remotely.
What are you going to do from here?
I'm gonna have a very nice chat with a certain someone that passes. Either today or tomorrow. We'll see.
At Parsons? Who?
You okay?
Miss Marks.
Yes.
Are you going back to Central Hospital to visit them?
I can't go down there without anyone. But I will be asking somebody.
You might want to make a few phone calls then. Try to get to Central.
Okay. Okay.
Hello.
Are you... where are you... package? What are you
Uh,
collecting?
Yeah, I picked it up now. I'm on my way back.
From who?
The clothing store. I had it delivered there.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm coming back now.
Okay.
Okay. See you in a bit. You